WTF Forum is a decentralized broadcast network with no governing body of any kind and is produced and distributed by a loosely affiliated, ever-growing network of rogue, independent content creators. This forum does not, will not, and shall not have any one location, RSS feed, platform, or channel, but shall be shared and multiplied as nature dictates.
Welcome to the WTF Forum. The hosts do not give financial, legal, medical, or any kind of advice. Opinions are their own. This broadcast contains foul language and dangerous ideas. If you need a trigger warning, you are in the wrong place. Now enjoy the show.
What the fuck is going on, friends? I guess you noticed I'm not Mike. I'm Ando. This is Ando, and you're listening to the What the Fuck Forum. And today we got a little group gathered here. I'm going to start with Stella, and we'll go around the circle.
The very unprepared Stella. Hello. Always good to be here with my friends. Good to see you. Hey, Ando, I'm hosting tonight, so thanks for that. And Laura, lovely to meet you, but we'll meet you in just a moment. Rob.
Whoa, you can't do that to me. You just dropped the bomb on my mom's here. What's up with that? Was that a rod of God? What happened here?
Sorry, Ellie.
Went boom. I thought I was in my bunker and everything goes boom. Anyways, so this is Rob here at the Black Labs podcast. And see me at Black Labs Podcast 3 on Instagram and Black Labs Podcast on Telegram if you're one of the cool kids. So that's about it. Give me money. All right, next.
I guess that'll be me. Phytophiliac here. I do music. I argue with people on Twitter. I do all kinds of stuff. So you can catch all my music on all the major streaming platforms. And I've got a new album coming out soon, so just keep an eye out for that. And we have a new visitor this time around. So Miss Laura, would you please introduce yourself?
Turn your unmute.
Okay, there we go. Can you guys hear me? All right. Hello,
Yes,
everybody.
ma'am.
I'll try this again. I'll try one more time. This is Laura Baker. I'm new to WTF Forum today. And thank you guys for having me on. I'm an author. I write on biblical topics, and I'm here to give a biblical perspective on whatever we discuss today. I think we're going to bring up a little bit about the eclipses, the eclipse that's coming up, especially on April 8th.
So we don't usually talk about stuff that everybody else is talking about. Stella brought that up whenever we said something about the eclipse, but you have an interesting perspective that you shared in the epilogue of the Serpent Seed series that we just finished. By the way, y'all, if you go to my feed, Burn Babylon Burn, just the audio feed, you'll find 7 episodes of bonus content, as I call it, because it's not me, but it's Aunt Laura, and she's giving a teaching session basically on the Serpent Seed, and I thought it turned out great, and I think everybody should listen to that if they get a chance. But anyway, what is happening with these eclipses, Aunt Laura?
The consensus is that, okay, so the first one that went across the United States in 2017, it went all the way, I think it was like up in Oregon, it came out Virginia, somewhere down in that area. Now the second biggest one that goes all the way across the United States is 7 years later, basically, due on April 8th next month. So, or actually, that's just in a couple of weeks from now. So it makes a big fat X across the United States, and there's a lot of interpretations on what does that mean. Now, there was a third one that came across just last October, and it actually forms the symbol of the Paleo Hebrew A or Aleph, and in the Hebrew, Jesus says, I am the first and the last, the Aleph and the Tav. It's the first and the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So some people said, oh, that's the Aleph. He's putting his signature on America, and he's going to protect us. Well, I think that's a little hopeful thinking with all of the sin that has come out of this nation. And people don't want to hear this, but the founding fathers of this nation were not praying to the God, the living God. They were praying to their God. And if you go look in the Capitol, up inside of the underbelly of the Capitol, it's George. They call it the apotheosis of George Washington, and it is the deification of him as a god. And all of the people around him in this picture are all like Greek and Roman gods. So
wait, I thought it was Osiris. Wasn't it Osiris that they were depicting Washington as in that? Am I wrong, y'all?
Well, they do every president that gets sworn in, that gets during the inauguration, they are literally doing a ritual underneath the ground, right underneath that, for the rising of Osiris. So yes, it's all tied together. Yes.
So this is something that we should talk about here real quick, is that that Masons are not Christian, and
Yes.
And that's something that everybody needs to understand, because they have this idea, because the Masons are supposed to belong to some sort of faith. I think that's how it's supposed to go, some sort of faith, and then you can be a Mason if you join it. But the Masons are a cult, and at the end of that rainbow, there is this trine god that is a spider with the head of a cat, a head of a frog, a toad, and a head of a man, and it's called Jabelon, which is Yah is supposed to be Yahweh, Baal, we all know who that is, and On is Osiris, and that's why they would be trying to do this resurrection thing for Osiris, it sounds like.
Holy moly, I haven't heard of this. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
It's bad.
Wow.
Ando and I went over this for 2 hours this week, just on a impromptu phone call. And it just got worse. I mean, it's like, so what the basic premise is, it's a bait and switch. Okay. These people worship deception. That's the first thing you have to understand. Hence occultism. And the occult is being driven through the Freemasonic gatherings. Basically, the idea is they want you to have faith, because what they're going to do is, and if you've ever watched Raiders of the Lost Ark, where they take the one rock, right? They take this idol, and they want the idol, and they're going to switch it for the rock, right? So more symbology in a lot of your movies, right? The bait and switch. And they talk about that a lot. The fleecing of the sheep, right? The blindfold. So what they do is they take your original faith, which will be Christianity or something, and they want you to have a faith because they need you to be a follower initially, right? And then what they're going to do is at the end, get you invested in this new mythology, this new religion, and then switch it at the end. And then they tell you the crab cat is what you're supposed to worship now. It's no joke that they call it the crab cat.
I do have to interject here real quick, Rob. It's really, really interesting to me, and I don't think it's pure coincidence that you used the word fleece, because, and I'm not joking when I tell you this, and Laura, I sent you an email earlier, and I had told you that I was going to tell you about this dream that I had. I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but I'll just tell you about the end of it because it does pertain to this. I had this really detailed dream last night, and I woke up this morning, and it was all I could do to just write it down. And at the very end of the dream, right before I woke up, I was standing in the house that I grew up in, and I was looking at the TV, and there was a politician on the TV talking, and he was just spewing his bile that, they all do. He was faceless. I couldn't see his face, but I could see his body and his arms moving around and waving his arms, whatever. And then he says very clearly, we are going to continue to fleece the fearless, shoot, I'm sorry. He said, we are going to continue to fleece the fearless of God until the end. Basically saying that they are going to continue to trick us and continue to pull the wool over our eyes until Jesus comes. He didn't say those words exactly, but that's exactly what he said. And then right as he finished saying that, there was a big boom of thunder that woke me up, and it started pouring down rain this morning, right as I woke up. And that was about 8 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
And
that's exactly what they're doing.
And so they are tricking everybody. And I believe everything that you just said, Rob.
Okay,
Well,
I'm just going to say it.
Go ahead.
Was it actually mentioned that George Washington was a Freemason? I'm sorry if I missed that, but we sort of went into Freemason. Right, okay, sorry. Missed it.
Yes, he was.
And in his own documentation, though, he was a Freemason, but there was a particular letter that was out there that looked like he had turned on Freemasonry and left. But I think that was, again, another fleecing of the sheep, because there was many people around that time that did not trust Freemasons, didn't trust Mormons, didn't trust Catholics, right? And obviously for good reason, because now we've come to find out they were all interlocked behind our backs, right?
Yes, correct. That's absolutely correct. And you're always going to have a remnant of God's people that have the Spirit of God in them and that partner with the Lord, read the word, pray diligently, ask for insight, they pray to be kept from deception, and the Lord grants it because they're hooked in. They're hooked into our kingdom. And so they see it, they have eyes to see it. And at one point, Jesus tells Peter, when Peter says, well, you're the Son of God. And he said, blessed are you, Peter, because God has given you the vision to see that. On this end, we're on the back end of it. We're like, well, duh, of course he is. I mean, who don't know that? But in their day, Peter was being granted that. So for those of us that see these lies, you're truly blessed by God to be given that vision, to be even able to see it. I really thought when COVID hit, I thought, well, thank God, finally everybody's going to wake up to all the deception. No, I was sadly mistaken. I see now how strong people's belief system is, and that they can believe they call it cognitive dissonance. They can believe two different things at the same time and talk about two different things at the same time and still believe their lies. It's crazy. Totally crazy.
What do they call it? Mass formation psychosis?
Yeah, and that is part of what the Freemasons want. Okay, you start delving then into their worship of there's types of angels out there, okay, and some of them can appeal to a human as a male or a female, right? So there's some people who actually think that this transgendered agenda is actually the dichotomy, and they're trying to push a cognitive dissonance into all the people so they're more easily manipulated.
So that's interesting. How much do the Templar Knights and the Masons relate? Because the Templar Knights worship the Baphomet, who is the transgender god, basically, half and half on everything, half man, half beast, half woman, half man, all that.
Yes, because they want to control everything. They don't want you to have any assumptions, either morally or logically. They want to be able to just feed them to you and you accept them, because they've destroyed your reality so much with these dichotomies and this cognitive dissonance that you will look for them just as a way to not have to exercise your authority, right? And basically be the bad guy. Basically tell people, no, this is right, this is wrong. They don't want you to have any of that. And that's why they're even now trying to corrupt just biological reproduction. They don't want you to have that as an absolute truth.
Yeah, it's my understanding that I think, without looking it up, I probably should have, all the presidents bar about 2 were Freemasons, I believe. And I mean, you can see it infiltrating into all the structure, particularly local councils. Yeah, I mean, they've all been inserted. This is why they're so confident now and so blatant, because they don't need to hide anything anymore. All the pieces are in place.
They
in the decision-making places.
They induct them sometimes after they've died, or they just honorarily give them brotherhood. So not all of them have gone through the rituals.
Right.
And I think the rituals is a big deal, because, you know, I watched a documentary, or it was a speech from a guy named Bill Schnoblin years ago, and it's stuck in my head from, you know, wow, this was over 20 years ago. This is back in the day whenever I was just voraciously watching every documentary or anything that got uploaded on Prison Planet back in the day. And that's where I found that documentary. It's a speech. And yeah, so if y'all are looking for more information on the Masons, the guy Bill Schnoblin got in, and he got in the Masons, he got in the Shriners, he was in several different groups, all of these cults. He even became a Mormon, which is related to Masonry, by the way, if y'all didn't already know that. If their temples have a checkered floor, which is the trading floor, just like, yeah, there's I've probably forgotten more stuff than I know on all this, but yeah, this is something that, you know, for a while I was like, oh, is this Mason stuff even real? Because, you know, I thought for a moment that the Masons might just be the fall guys for the people that really run things, but they're the enablers of the people that really run things, because that's, you know, right after World War II, there was a bunch of pro-Mason public service announcements. That was something that they were sticking all over the media back in those days. You can find them on YouTube.
Well, I know I've mentioned this. Sorry, Laura.
Go ahead.
I might be getting a bit off track, so you say what you're going to say.
Well, I was just going to say, you can look up online the Washington Monument and look at, you know, the pictures of the inside of it. It's absolutely riddled with Freemasonry. It's got the checkered floor. It's got the little Freemason symbol on the walls. It's got Freemason symbols all over the whole entire thing, because he was a Freemason, like you said. So this, and one time, Ando, you said, you know, you really don't even have to scratch very, very deep to find this stuff. You really don't. If you're looking for the truth, you just got to go do a little bit of homework, a little bit of research, and start digging a tiny bit. And you're going to go down the rabbit hole really quick, because there's so much of the information out there.
So who runs the Masons? Would it be maybe the Synagogue of Satan?
The Jesuits. Yep, you're right.
Oh, by the way, Mayorkas is under a lot of scrutiny right now. And you know, he went to Loyola. So there's somebody else that went to Loyola, just like Dr. Fauci, who is a big time liar. And yeah, I saw recently that Mayorkas was the head of the Hebrew immigration thing. It was basically to stuff more people in America. He was the head of it before they promoted him to this position. And whenever he was in a smaller position under Obama, he's the one that got the DACA thing down to 6 days. So, yeah, you watch people that are Jesuits because they're always up to no good.
Well, the current
Well,
Pope's a Jesuit.
Yeah, and they can have dual, so
Yeah.
the dual. Let's talk about the dual citizenship. This actually kind of ties into that. Dual citizenship was illegal until what, 1946, 1948, and it was explicitly set up to allow people who were from places like Israel to also have undue sway within the halls of control and power here in the United States. It was cookie cutter made for people like Kissinger, etc., so that they can have dual citizenship with places like Israel and the United States and still wield power here.
Mayorkas is not a dual citizen of Cuba.
No, he's dual citizen of Israel, I thought.
Yeah. I mean, but he was born in Cuba.
That's why it doesn't make any sense when he
right.
when he claims it, and I'm like, shut the hell up. Pick one or the other. Enough. And no one sees these split loyalties as a problem. And again, the split loyalties, that's another one of the part of the belief system of Freemasonry. Right? The as above, so below. Right?
Oh, no, yeah, okay, that's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. I don't want to get off topic if somebody else has something to say about this, but okay, as above, so below. Now, Laurie, maybe you know, I wasn't really sure of the actual origin of that, and so I sort of kind of looked into it, and then I also tripped over a couple of things. Apparently, this came from whatever the emerald tablets are. I haven't gone down that rabbit hole either. So it's not a biblical thing, although it makes a lot of sense spiritually, doesn't it? And when especially
it's a
when you look at the
Freemasonry
symbols
thing.
Right. So the emerald tablets are a Freemasonry origin, are they?
Well, let me connect it to you real quick. Let me give you an easy one. So, as we've just said, the Mormons can posthumously induct somebody into their religion. They can literally soul steal. That's what I consider it. Okay? They are willing to violate your free will while you're alive to induct you into that religion. Okay? Freemasons can do the same thing.
Yeah,
it's called a soul steal. It is a dirty ceremony, and it should never be allowed. Just even thinking about it should be a crime.
Which is why I guess you see all the Hollywood people doing all the same symbols and everything, because they've all got to go through that ritual, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, the eye, the hand, the hidden hand, the shush thing. We all know it. We've seen it ad nauseum, haven't we?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to actually do it. I just want to symbol. Yeah, because
we all know.
Yeah, I don't want to give homage to whatever entities that they're working with. You know?
Imagine being the sign language translator at like a Satanist meeting. You'd have to be really willing. Go home completely cursed.
And what's sad is they think that they're the ones that have the leg up, because the Bible tells you that the God of this world is Satan. It tells you that in 2 Corinthians 4:4. That is what most people, even Christians, do not know. And the God of this world is Satan. And that's why he has set up all his people. So my heart just breaks whenever I see some new actor in tons and tons and tons of movies for 2 or 3 years because he sold his soul to get exactly what Rob was saying. They have to do a soul trade. Man has free will, and they have to get on the trading floor, and they have to make a trade, and they trade their soul. They literally sell their soul for fame or riches or politician positions or whatever, and whatever it is they want. And when they have sold their soul, then they start selling out the souls of their children and grandchildren. And you get into Masonic rituals. That's what these rituals are intended to do. They are binding. They are binding agreements that they make, and it sells their souls and the souls of their descendants. And their descendants are like, I don't know what the hell is going on in my life and why things are so bad. and why I can't ever keep a job, or I've been married 5 times and my families are always destroyed and my marriages are always destroyed, and they can't figure out what is going on. It is because there are Masonic rituals done in their family bloodline that have got to be broken, and the only remedy is the blood of Christ. That is the only remedy. And they can break it all off. They just have to do deliverance, which I do with people. So I know a lot about that topic too.
So Laura, is that deliverance of the, like, can you do that remotely? Do you have to have lay hands on people for that kind of deliverance? You can.
No, I can do it. I do it on Zoom. I do it on phone calls, and I do it in person. It's easier for me to look at the person because, you know, you're talking to the Lord, you're talking to the Holy Spirit, you're praying, and then as the person is reliving traumatic events in their life, because you're doing inner healing at the same time, and I can look at them, and it's easier if I'm in person because I can see if there is something starting to manifest, and if it is, then it's go time, and I start commanding it out. And they start coughing, and sometimes they spit up, or, you know, they scream, or they got to come out some way. They come out in tears. They come out, you know, in different ways, but they come out. They come out in the name of Jesus, only in the name of Jesus.
So this morning I went to a church. My thing lately has been basically being a tourist in churches, and since I'm on the road anyway, and go and see what they're up to. And I ended up at this Pentecostal church in North Carolina. They were very, very nice people. I just hopped on my BMX and stopped at the first church that I saw some people outside of, and went in. But I opened the Bible up to Luke, and the part whenever Jesus talks to the devil, and he offers all of the kingdoms of the world, it's because that's who runs the world. And this is why we all have to, you know, become less people of the world and more people of Jesus's kingdom, not the earthly kingdoms.
Amen. That's why he says, come out of her, my people. Come out of the world. Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, it's not so much to ask.
If you want to look at it real quick, you can look in the private chat, and they talk about the different faiths that can convert you posthumously and do the soul steal without your free will. And it's interesting that really the only tool that do it is Freemasonry, because let's be honest, it's a religion, okay, and Mormonism.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the connection. Judaism did it for a short time, I think. And that was because of battles and things like that. But most of the people they were converting posthumously were people that had, at least to some degree, accepted fighting with the Jews under Judas Maccabeus. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. The baptism, I'm not big on child baptism. I think that it's something that you have to feel the Spirit and decide this for yourself. But as Laura knows, that agreements are made and everything, whether you like it or not, whether you're I guess you're kind of an accessory, no matter if you want, you're choosing something yourself. But I just don't like the idea of it. What do y'all think?
I would like to say something about that. I'm really, really, really glad that I got my son. It wasn't exactly baptized. It was dedicated as a baby. I didn't with my daughter. And as a result, I have a relationship with my son, but not my daughter, interestingly enough. But also there's the baptism as a child, but then I think this might be more Catholic, actually. And then there's the confirmation, somewhere around about 12 or 14 or something. So that's when the choice kind of comes into it, I guess. I mean, they can choose at that point. A little bit young maybe to choose. But I guess if they've had a good upbringing in a scriptural, sense, then they're probably old enough and mature enough to choose. But, not many people do.
What if I
now.
got thrown out during my confirmation for asking questions?
Yeah, well,
Not you, Rob. Not you.
That would never happen.
Never in a
Oh,
million
wait.
years. I will say one thing about rituals is that it does not necessarily require your prior knowledge or consent in to engage in that ritual for it to have power. If you think about it in TVs and movies, and it's not even necessarily a negative type ritual. When you watch TVs and movies and you see two people who are getting married, have you ever noticed how they never actually do the entire ceremony and go through the entire process of the
yes,
the vows,
Yeah.
the I do's and
I
all
have
that
noticed
stuff? They
that.
don't, because it's a spiritually binding ceremony.
Hmm.
So and it actually can be considered a legal marriage if you go through that ceremony and do the whole thing from beginning to end. And so um, these actors, they do them in the TVs and movies, as a, this is part of the story. And it's like, well, you could have left that part out, but they toe that line. They get right there to that edge of completing that ceremony, and then they leave out one line that's really important to completing the whole ritual. And the
Mm.
same is true with even the negative rituals. It doesn't require that you understand what you're doing. It's just like with the whole Ouija board thing. You don't have to understand how it works, or why it works, or what it is exactly that you're doing, or who it is that you're communicating with. The fact that you're engaging in that particular ritual um, indicates to the spirit world, especially the realm of Satan, that you are open to engaging with them, and that's their green light to come into your life.
Yeah, that's why it says, "Be careful who lays hands upon you."
Yes, that's right. And that's the whole reason that we're supposed to read the Bible, is because the Bible tells you to stay away from that stuff. And that's why, because it completely opens you up. You are opening yourself to whoever's out there and wants to talk to me. Come on in. And you're the one that's allowing that. So if you don't have those instructions from God, then and you're playing and dabbling into that stuff, you're literally opening doors for all kind of that stuff to come in. So like, even how a homosexual person, they say often, well, I was born that way. And the false assumption is that if you're born that way, then God wants you that way. That is not how it works. That is not how it works at all. That means that it's called iniquity, and it is sin that has come through the bloodline from generation to generation. And the sins of the fathers, the iniquity of the fathers, God says, there's, I think, 3 places in the Bible that he will visit the iniquity of the fathers up to the 3rd and 4th generation. So if someone was born that way, and I always tell them, yeah, you probably were born that way. It's called iniquity. I'm not disputing that you're not a homosexual, or that you weren't born that way. That what I'm disputing is that is not of God. It's not of God. And if it weren't true, then there wouldn't be tons of ministries where people renounce it, they repent for it, they put it under the blood of Jesus and ask for forgiveness, and all of a sudden they're not gay anymore. And they end up getting married and having children and having a happy heterosexual life. So it is a spirit that is on them that came through the door of mom or dad or grandma or grandpa or great grandma or great grandpa, that opened the door. Even if they were just experimenting one time, they opened the door to lesbianism or homosexuality, and it came through the bloodline. That's how it works.
Am I correct, Laura, in remembering that it's so true. It's fascinating. Am I correct in remembering that there is, as you said, a couple of times in the Bible where it says about being passed down 3 or 4 generations? And I'm sure I remember reading somewhere in the Old Testament that it can be up to 10 generations. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
there are 2 of them. There are 2 things. Illegitimacy, which is rampant these days. Everybody's having kids out of wedlock. Illegitimacy and incest. incest. Those two,
Mm.
it says that you're not allowed to come into the camp for up to 10 generations. So whenever a lot of people, they go to a church and they're like, well, I just don't feel like I belong. I just don't feel like, I'm part of that group or whatever. A lot of times it's because they have a curse on them. And it's called a bastard curse, for the illegitimacy curse. And then the incest curse, and that curse is on them. And all you got to do is break that curse off through repentance and putting it under the blood of Jesus. You forgive your ancestors because you're living this out, and this curse that's on you is because of what they did. And you forgive them, you put it under the blood, you ask for forgiveness, and then you break that curse because it says Jesus became a curse for us on the cross. So he became a curse, trumping every curse that can come upon us. You just have to apply the remedy. You're right, Stella.
Which was the hours of darkness, is that right? Even God couldn't look upon him?
Say that again.
Was that the hours of darkness when he was on the cross, that even God couldn't look upon him because he was taking upon all those curses? Is that?
He's taking upon himself the sins of the world. It even says that Pontius Pilate was surprised that he had already died. Well, when you have the weight of the sins of the world on you, I can only imagine. Yeah, I can't even imagine how heavy that was. Yeah, when you really think about what he did for us, it's just. If you don't cry, then you don't get it.
Yep, absolutely. Sort of start praying with gratitude. Really, is that?
Yes,
key,
seriously.
Yeah.
That's why it's heartbreaking too for people that are Catholic. I was raised Catholic, and they venerate Mary and the saints. And Mary can't do anything for them because she is not the one that died for them. All power and authority was given unto Jesus. So it's idolatry, essentially, to venerate her, to venerate the saints, to wear necklaces of protection of Saint Christopher, and, to sell your house, you go turn some saint statue upside down in your yard to get your house sold. And all of that is superstition and religion. And it's not of God. It's not biblical. It's idolatry. And matter of fact, any religion is not of God. If all you have to do is be a believer and read your word and do what it says. That's all. I call myself a believer. I don't call myself, I'm not an evangelistic. I'm not I don't put myself in any category. I'm just a narrow road believer. I believe in what the scriptures say, and I live that way. And I have to, because I do deliverance. So if you're going to do deliverance, you're not going to be able to get anyone delivered if you yourself have things in common with the kind of spirits that you're trying to purge from them. So like, say, if you're a smoker and you go, I'm sick of smoking. I don't want this addiction anymore. I need to be set free. Can you help me get delivered? And I'm a smoker, I would not be able to do it because I myself am in agreement with that spirit. And so it has dominion over me. I serve it. I have to go buy my cigarettes. You see what I mean? Everybody serves something. And so I don't care if you dip skull or drink wine every night or beer or whatever you can't live without, that is your God. and essentially it's idolatry. And it can be golf. It can be work. It can be your spouse. It can be your children. It can be anything that you put on a pedestal or think about or has your attention more than him. And that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, but that's the truth of it. So
yes, and the Black Mirror immediately comes to mind. I mean, that's really strong. Yeah.
What you mean by that is cell phones, right?
Yes. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah.
Devices. The gateway to the internet.
Laura, tell her about your cell phone fast. And
just before we do, I just want to praise your humility there and your willingness to admit your own flaws and everything. I think that's really respectful. I respect that.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't judge anybody. I know both sides of that coin, and I know the pot of gold when I found Jesus, because I I was raised Catholic. I used to get into New Age stuff. I dabbled in everything looking for the truth. And so I tell people that all the time. Look, I don't judge you at all. I'm just here. The Lord has gifted me in understanding spiritual law. So I understand spiritual law. So when they tell me about their life or their childhood, I go, okay. We need to break this curse. Okay, we need to repent for that. Okay, your parents or your grandparents are Freemasons. We're going to break all of that off. You're going to renounce all of that and break ties with every bit of that off of your bloodline. But thank you for that, Stella. I do always try to remember to pray and ask the Lord, keep me from pride and keep me in humility, and please do it privately before you do it publicly, because that's when it's bad. If he shows you, hey girlfriend, you're getting a little too big for your britches, and you don't go get on your knees and remember who you are, he'll in love, he will do it for you publicly to help you, not go down that lane. If you start going down the line of pride, you're going to get off in a ditch, completely. But thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome.
So in the chat, our friend Western Civilization is asking which Bible translation should we trust. He knows about the King James thing that you and I have discussed. About basically King James was a satanic pedophile. He wrote another book all about witchcraft. Not somebody that all of these Christians need to revere completely, but it is a good translation as far as I've seen. But do you know any better translations, Aunt Laura?
The King James version is the one that I came in, that I started learning from first. I like the Amplified also because it's easier for us to understand what they're getting to. I have a ton of different translations, and whenever I'm on a topic that I really want to dig into, I go read every single one of them. But here's the thing to remember: the power of God is far, far, far outweighs whatever translation. If you are truly seeking and you are diligently asking him in prayer for wisdom, for mercy, for him to show you the truth, and you're trying to find the truth, he's going to make sure you find it, even if it's on a video. It doesn't matter. But reading the word brings life. Jesus tells you that I am the light of life. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the bread of life. If you need life, and life only comes from one place, him, then you need to just read the word, because he is the word made flesh. He is the word. So spending time with him and getting intimate with him as a friend is all you need to do. So you don't have to worry so much about the translation as you do in understanding what you're reading. And the Holy Spirit will highlight the things, because everybody's built different. Everybody's in a different place. Everyone has a different background. Everyone has a different upbringing. Everyone has a different environment. And we're like a big pile of spaghetti, and only the Holy Spirit is the one that knows what order things need to be corrected in for your crooked paths to be straightened. And so all you have to do is continually pray and ask him to help you and put in front of you what you need to see, and stay in the word. And it doesn't really matter what version. Then I also use the New King James Version. That one's an easy one to read also.
Interesting, because sorry, Vato, you go.
I was just going to say, I would also recommend utilizing the Blue Letter Bible. If you come across a passage that you're not sure about,
Snap.
you can use the website, or they have an app if you want to use your phone. But it is accessible. 100 years ago, we didn't have access to something like this. So I recommend using the Blue Letter Bible, because it does provide some alternate translations of words. I did a complete word by word analysis of Psalm chapter 1 using the Blue Letter Bible, and I wrote down all the different translations and the meanings, and then I kind of pieced together a modern English translation that was very accurate compared to what was in the Bible. And I used the King James version. I use a Matthew Henry commentary, and when I went back and looked at the Matthew Henry commentary, what I had come up with using the Blue Letter Bible was exactly what he had come up with. So I know that it was an accurate representation of that passage. And so, we have resources available to us. And, the book of Enoch, if anybody has read that, there is a passage in the book of Enoch that talks about the word of God being translated in the future. And it basically says that even if the people who are translating the Bible have malicious intent, that the power of the word of God will overpower their ability to confuse people. So if you're willing to know what it is that the Bible is actually saying, that knowledge will be provided to you through the Spirit. You just got to ask for it.
That is so interesting. You're bringing up the Blue Letter Bible. I was just about to bring up the Red Letter Bible in response to Western Civilization's comment here. What did Jesus actually say? I haven't looked through one myself, so maybe Laura would know more about this. But basically, the Red Letter Bible is, from my understanding, basically all the words that Jesus said were written in red. So it's a really easy way to really focus in on just Jesus's word, and of course, cross-reference with several Bibles, because I have read also that even the King James New the New King James Version has been edited a little bit. Funny place that I read that was the comments in the App Store. So I went to actually get the app, and I was reading through it because I always read through comments just to make sure it's a good one and hasn't bummed out somewhere. And there was a couple of comments in there that made me go, interesting. Sounded like people who knew what they were talking about, the way they worded it. So
right. And
yeah.
there's a lot of atheists. There's a lot of atheists out there who say, "Oh yeah, I've read the Bible from cover to cover." They no doubt read it like a novel. It's the Bible is a book that actually requires study and cross-referencing and critical thinking and yes, exactly, reflection, and you have to do some soul searching while you're reading this book too. It's very much a living book that is applicable to any situation in your life. So when someone says they've read the Bible, and they're going against what the Bible's actually, they're arguing against the Bible, then they didn't actually understand any of what they actually read. And it is possible to read that book and not get anything out of it if you're not looking to get anything out of it, if that is your whole goal. If you want to get something out of it, you will.
Yeah, a lot of atheists, they will read the Bible as some form of vengeance. It's like you missed the whole damn point. What are you doing?
Exactly. Exactly. They prove the point by doing that.
I'll show you. I'll read it and I'll still be an evil SOB. You can't stop me.
You can't make me think.
Yeah, how dare you?
Exactly.
It's like George Bush trying to inflict peace.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to inflict so much atheism on this Bible, it'll make other people become atheists.
There's a lot of people that are atheists that go into the Bible to try to disprove it, and they end up becoming a Christian because, he put the whole swapperoo on them. Yep.
Yeah, and that's how I started on it. That's where I was with it at one point. Yeah. And then you read it, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. Okay, a human being is made up of 3 parts: body, soul, and spirit. And the Bible is a spiritual book. So you have to, just like Fido said, you have to be, searching for truth, not just trying to discount and, and smugly state your narcissistic viewpoint, continually. If you're really searching for truth, then you'll be open spiritually for the truth to hit you right in the face, because it will. He tells you, I am the truth. I'm the way, the life. So, so the people that, like Fido said, that read through like a novel, they're reading with their brain. They are just reading with the physical part of them and no engagement with the spiritual part of them. And they can read it like a regular book and go, I just don't get it. It goes over their head. And the Bible even tells you that the spiritual things seem as foolishness to regular men, but they're not.
Yeah.
So it's amazing. You have to engage spiritually.
Absolutely. They're reading, not seeking.
Right. There you go. Well said, Stella.
So I wanted to go over something real quick here about the King James Bible here. So we were talking about Freemasonry. So as it turns out, King James was a Freemason. Okay.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah. So there's your
Forgot about
connection
that.
there. Now, the bit of faith we have to have is that when he was writing it, is that God basically took control of him and ensured that the translation was correct. Okay. So also too, in Freemasonry, the way that they function is they can't fixate on evil. They have to do something very good, build up karma from that, so that they can do something very bad behind the shadows. So if anyone was going to ask me, since King James was a Freemason, is his translation accurate? Well, because I'm a person of faith, I have to say yes. Because otherwise, then I'm denying my faith. I'm pretending that God had no hand in it. Okay? So what he did after that is something else, and that's of the world, right?
I think that there is something to this, but I feel like, I don't know. I've looked at some things. There's some things that, you know, in for instance, in the book of Ezekiel, where it's constant rattling on about drinking the blood of your enemies, which is just something we don't do. It's something they do. You know,
they
like
who?
They.
Hold on.
The triple parentheses they.
They TM.
Well, I'm trying to keep it in context of the time. So would that be the Jews, the Hebrews, or
but not
and
the
which ones,
good
the Canaanites
ones.
or the Israelites?
So there,
because the Canaanites did that a lot. That was their whole shtick, you know.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if it's written from their perspective, or could that have been where there was a switch? Because, you know, like as Laura talks about the Edomite Jews and the, you know, and then the people that followed that came from Judea, right? So I don't know. I mean, I just know that that's not something we do. It's there's just many times in the Bible it says not to drink blood. That's not what we do, and that is something that our enemies do, that the bad people do.
Yes, there is a dichotomy there where you can see between the old school Old Testament Jews and the Talmudics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what a lot of the conflict in the Bible is about.
Yes.
Actually.
Yes,
and
the
priest of Zadok, etc. I talk about that all the time. That's why it seems like it's crazy, like you're listening to two different stories, but they're supposed to be the same people, but they're not.
And it is very confusing, isn't it? I mean, I started trying to dig into the whole, okay, everyone's talking about, I never really gave the, shall we say the little hats, much thought until probably about 2 years ago. I just didn't really, they're in the Bible, of course, in that sense. But in the world type sense and the running everything, it was like, oh, okay. And then I started taking more notice. And it is so confusing because there are so many groups and so many lies as well, and masquerades. and history that's been wrong, etc. So it's a really, really hard thing to dissect and understand, and I'm still going. But I mean, there's 2 Talmuds as well, so even that in itself, it's like, well, which one? So, but Laura's really actually blessed me heaps about all that, because that's why I've just been sort of magneted to what her series, because she really makes a lot of that clear. So yeah, again, thanks, Laura. I highly recommend listening to Laura's talks. I'm sure there'll be links in the show notes, won't there?
Sorry, Stella, I was saying thank you, but for some reason my mic muted, and then I unmuted and muted again. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Lord put that together before me. I mean, I've known about a lot of that stuff for years. And when I first started teaching that to my little Bible study group on Zoom, it was just, all I was going to do was start out with, where the giants come in Genesis 6, because people have to understand that God said to a serpent in Genesis 3, I'm going to put enmity between your seed and the woman's seed, your descendants and her descendants. So there's no doubt from that point forward that there are 2 seed lines in the earth, and you have got to do something with that. So you cannot deny it. And then Jesus is calling, these Pharisees, you brood of vipers, your father is the devil. He's calling them the seed of the serpent. And
Laura, I just realized something. It says specifically in the Bible that you should not trace your lineage through the women, but through the men. And there's only one group I know that's matrilineal, and so it's kind of obvious at that point that they are, yeah. I mean, they're following the tradition of the serpent seed, mixed with their Babylonian traditions that they picked up later.
That's right.
Ashitar, exactly Molech, right. Those also follow through the female seed, if I recall.
Continue though.
Rob, do you know more about that? What you just said, that they follow through the female, through the female on Molech?
Yeah. And that's one thing that the Jews inherited from harem of Tyre during the days of Solomon, when they slowly started to accept the Canaanites, etc., and all the things that come with it. And there's something in the Bible that I read that talks about how they were going to subvert Judaism and force them to build a temple, and then trick them into building a temple for Baal, Ashitar, and Molech.
Okay, well, yeah, and I think he did that. Solomon did that because of all his wives. Okay.
I've got a question.
They manipulated him through the female, so then they worship the female lineage, because that's where the control comes from.
I have a question. Isn't that what 23andMe does? Don't they use the mitochondrial DNA, the matriarchal DNA, to trace your ancestry through genetic testing?
If I recall, yes, I think you're right.
Huh.
Oh, because that goes on to like a global database thing. Don't ever do those tests, people. They're not even correct anyway. But that's not what they're for. They're not there for your genealogical interests. And
no, they're cataloging people like cattle.
Absolutely. And genes. And they're, I think, whether you want to believe it or not, I think they're looking for a certain blood type as well, and bloodline.
Nephilims,
etc.
And stuff. Yep.
Because to answer y'all's question, what we were just talking about before, when you get into, you go in the Bible, you don't see the word Jews until you get to the 12th book, into 2 Kings. And it cross-references to men of Judah. So that's still talking about the God's people, men of Judah. But you get into where they go into captivity to Babylon, And there is no more cross-reference to the word Jews. And that's because by that time, it straight up tells you everywhere in the Bible that all of God's people, all 12 tribes, mixed. They started mixing with the people groups around them, with exactly the ones that they were not supposed to mix with. They were supposed to annihilate them because they were the seed of the serpent. And they did not. They took out some of them, but they left some of them as slaves. And in the book of Joshua, I think it's chapters 15 through 19, and in the first part of Judges, it goes through every single tribe, and it tells you that this tribe was supposed to take out the Amorites, but they didn't take them all out. They left some. And this tribe was supposed to take out the Canaanites, but they didn't. They left some of them as slaves. Well, you're just one or two short generations away from, the boy that's doing, cutting all of the wood, looking over at the little Hebrew girl, and they're in love, and it's on. I mean, now you've got a mixing of the cultures. It tells you in the book of Ezra that when they came back from Babylon, he finds out, Ezra is the high priest at the time, and he finds out that the men of Judah have married the women that were in that region and had children with them. Well, the people in that region were the Edomite Jews. And he starts completely flipping out. He's pulling his hair out. He's pulling the whiskers out of his beard. He puts on sackcloth and ashes. He's throwing dust on his head. I mean, he's tripping because here's what he's thinking. You guys, it is prophesied that the Messiah is coming through the tribe of Judah. And y'all are just giving that up and marrying the serpent seed and having kids with them. And the men came to Ezra and said, you're right, we messed up. And they put away their wives and kids, meaning they divorced them. Okay, well, they still lived. They're still alive, and there's still those bloodlines. So long story short, who's the bad guys and who's the good guys at this point? Well, the really evil ones are running everything in the world right now. But all of us, to some degree, have some of that Edomite blood that are evil parts of us, and those are the things that we have to renounce and get out of us. All the sexual immorality, all of the violence and the anger, the theft and greed and hoarding and fear and all of that stuff. You have to repent for it. Unbelief, you have to repent for it and put it under the blood and ask the Lord to deliver you. And then you have authority, and you can take authority over those spirits and break their power and cast them out. That's how it works. And people don't know. So they're binding and casting out spirits when they haven't even repented of anything yet. So they've got to repent for the stuff first. And whenever you're going through this, just like Fido was saying, when you read the Bible, you got to be real with yourself. It's spiritual, and you've got to get real with yourself. You can't deny, well, okay, I'm a liar, but I just tell little white lies. I don't tell really big lies, just little white lies. Just be honest. Yeah, I'm a liar. I lie, and it's wrong. And I repent for that. And I put that sin under the blood. And I ask Jesus, I ask you to forgive me. According to 1 John 1:9, it says, if you will confess it, this is God speaking. If you will confess it, I will forgive you and wash you clean. But you have to confess it. Call it sin, put it under the blood. He deals with it. Now you have dominion over that spirit, and you can cast it out. Up until then, it don't have to go because it had an agreement with you. You were allowing it to operate in you. And we often even liked it.
Like
Yeah,
silence,
exactly.
silence is compliance, just like sort of the manifestation that's happened globally.
That's right. Silence is compliant. Yeah, God's people, see that's why in the Bible, like, okay, and you can see where things are going, one world order, one world religion. And the ecumenical movement is the Pope running around to all religions saying that we're all on, we're all on the path to God, but they're making it out like we're all on the path to the same God when we are not. And the people that will stand up against that and say, no. Me and a Muslim do not worship the same God. We do not. My God, because Jesus says, no man cometh to the Father but through the Son, period. There is no other way to him. Jesus says, I am the door. He's the only way in. So anybody who's trying to get to God through any other method, Mormons, Catholics, whatever their method is not, it's not working. That's not how you get to God. The only way to God is through Jesus. So in the end days, guess who's going to look like all the bad guys? The ones who will stand for their faith and stand fervently. We're going to look like the ones that won't play along to get along. You know what I mean? And I'm happy to lead that charge.
Yeah. Same, this is the not going along to get along is basically like, we are getting a little more religious than we usually do on the podcast, but that's great. I'm into it. But and the reason is that usually we're talking about the things that capital VTM they is talking about, right? Or is up to. And so we all have these questions about everything, and all of us have been, everything we've ever been told in our life pretty much has been a lie, where you find out that you're just, living on top of a mountain of lies, and that most of history is just, something that the winners made up to manipulate you and to trick you into later. So yeah, this is where a lot of us are at. And so regardless of the people out there that are not believers, and I hope you will be someday. But like, you need to listen to this stuff and join in whenever it comes to bucking this system, because the system is them. This is what they're creating. This is the unholy system that's happening here. We talked about it a couple of weeks ago with the mark of the beast, and we're approaching something right now for sure.
Yeah. And back to circle back around, Ando, on that eclipse that you were talking about with the big X over the United States coming up. I really believe that we're about to see the end of the United States as we know it. So, economic collapse, invasion, we've got all kind of illegal everything flooding over. I mean, I live right by the border, so I know exactly what's coming over here. One of my best friends, husband is special ops, works the border, so I hear the stuff firsthand. And you've got Russians coming over, and you've got Chinese coming over. Well, they're not allowed out of their country just to come on over. What do you think? Who do you think is allowing them to come over? This is all set up. We've been, and everybody knows it. We've been sold, but that doesn't mean that it's over for God's people. It means that all of the evil that this country was set up on, like all the Freemasonry stuff that the founding fathers set up and the occult things that run this country, I believe all of that is going to be judged soon. And it's going to hurt even, even Christians, if they've got stuff that needs to come out of them. That's why they need to do repentance and get this stuff out of them now, so that they have dominion over these spirits that plague us and torment us and affect us and influence us in the very near future.
Right. You did the episode on the Noahide laws, and that I think is really important, and it kind of ties into something else that we're going to bring up tonight with Rob getting debanked the other day. But this whole unholy system. I mean, you got dog boys and trannies running the government right now, and and all of these ridiculous psychopaths. It has to be a circus. It couldn't just be normal fuckery. It has to be a complete mess. It has to be an abomination.
Well, and it's even to the point now where if you tell someone that the potential consequences of their action, I mean, not even in a judgmental way, just if you do this, this is probably going to happen. They don't even see that as common sense. They take it as a personal attack on their identity. You tell someone, hey, lady, if you go and have sex with that dude, you run the risk of getting pregnant. Well, just because I have sex doesn't mean I consent to getting pregnant. What kind of sense does that make? It don't make any sense. I mean, these people do not live in reality.
That's
And
You
good.
it's
act
just,
like you're cursing them,
it's completely upside down and backwards.
right?
And
You
it's
can't
like,
tell
I'm
anybody
not,
anything obvious.
and it's like,
You know?
I'm like, well, they're like, well, and that's the thing I've been on here lately on Twitter is that they're like, well, you can't prevent pregnancy. I'm like, the hell you can't. Yes, you can. You can absolutely
it.
prevent well, don't tell me what to do with my life.
Yeah, right.
I'm not telling you what to do with your life. I'm saying that if you really wanted to prevent pregnancy, you totally could do that. You know, a little bit of self-control. How dare you tell me what to do? It's ridiculous. That's
Lunacy.
the reality that people live in right now, and it's
You're
completely
just a
made
bigot.
up.
How
I am
dare
a bigot,
you?
I guess
You're
so.
racist. You're a homophobe.
You want to keep women down.
Yeah.
Okay, sure thing, crazy.
But that's what level we're at.
It
We
is,
were-
and it's shocking.
Did you see
Go
where
ahead,
they
Rob.
said that the introduction of the spike proteins, whether it be from a vaccine or from having whatever the thing that produces the spike proteins in you, it automatically knocks down your IQ instantly. It affects decision making, everything.
I'd have to see the research paper on that one.
No, I
That's
believe
funny.
it.
That is
WTF.
funny.
Yeah.
That is funny.
We all
I'm
kinda
seeing
knew.
it.
I mean, there is a
Right?
correlation. I'm not going to lie. There is a correlation. I've been seeing something going on with the logic in these people. It's like it does not exist anymore. There
No.
is no room for logic in this world anymore. And I don't understand where it went and how it went. I think, who are you listening to that's feeding you this line of BS about, you know, doing whatever you want without any consequences? Where is that written? You know? I
Well,
don't understand.
if their logic is tied to their morals and that shot is doing something to them genetically, DNA wise, and they are developing a different moral system, then you can see exactly where it's tied together. Their logic goes right down the tubes with their new moral system.
I have to say, I have heard quite a number of people make comments, which I kind of sort of put down to maybe a partially joking, but about just noticing that people around them seem to have changed, or even just their personalities kind of simplified. It's a hard word to describe, like a little chunk of soul's gone or something like that. And I myself have also noticed people who I assume are vaxxed or have actually probably been around vaxxed people even, have something different. I don't know. It's hard to put your finger on. It's sort of like they don't really engage as much. It's more like a just repeating back what you've said. It's sort of like this hollow kind of conversation, not really getting the logic that you're trying to tell. And I don't know, it's just kind of strange. It's really hard to describe. But I have noticed it because of a couple of particular people that were not like that before. And I know they have, so they are now. There's not even any, it's hard to joke with them even, sort of thing. It's like, yeah, it's just something weird, personality
Agreed.
change.
I agree with you, Stella.
Man, and that's an atrocity when people can't take a joke anymore. That's just sad that we're at that level now, that people cannot even tell when you're joking
Yeah.
or being facetious even.
Yeah.
You know? It's crazy.
Well, I mean, that's nothing new. Some people have black humor. I've got to put my hand up there, but yeah, it's sort of like they kind of zap the joy out of the world, I think, to a point. There's a lot of joy that's just not here anymore. Sort of
Right.
life that's not here, I've noticed. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And an apathetic and like an apathy and a depression, heaviness on a lot of people. But I totally agree with you, Stella. And if you think about it, you know, since when does a vaccine have technology in it? The mRNA is designed to change out the genetic coding of your DNA. So if you are genetically being altered, what are you being altered into? And there was a doctor way back when all of this started, Carrie Madej, Have y'all heard
yeah.
of her?
Yes.
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 Okay. She said, I remember specifically, she said back when she went, whenever they were first teaching them about mRNA technology, it was, I don't know, probably 8 to 10 years before they did this whole COVID thing. And she said watermarks attached or associated with doing this mRNA technology. The first one was writing, it was a code, or it was writing all the names of the makers of the whoever designed the product. So she said it was their names. Okay, that was the first one. The second one was like a private or a personal email, which they refused to disclose what the email said. So it's a personal message to you, genetically coded into the DNA. The third one was a new alphabet. And the fourth one was also something that was hidden. I don't remember exactly what the fourth one was now, because this was a few years ago. But again, it was something that they would not disclose. So you have whenever you look at the DNA, it's genetically coded in a format. I think it goes 10-6-5-6 or something like that. And in the Hebrew alphabet, it correlates 10-6-5-6 or however that sequencing goes to Yod Hey Vav Hey, and it is literally God's name encoded in your DNA. So that's why the name change is in there. New names of your owners that you gave your consent to change your DNA, and then it's got a special message to you from your new kingdom or your new owner, whoever owns your DNA now, because of what mRNA is designed to do through what's that technology? It's not splice.
CRISPR.
CRISPR. There you go. CRISPR. And the CRISPR puts in this message with your new owners and your new alphabet. So they are literally speaking to you. It's literally, and then it's designed to replicate. So these people, of course, they are changing. And I truly believe anybody who regrets doing that, if they become a Christian or if they already are a Christian, that they can repent for putting their trust in man or for fearing man over God, for trusting man over God or for fearing man over God, because a lot of people got it because they had to for their job. Well, that's a fear of man. That's a thinking that your provision comes from your job. It does not. It comes from God. So you have to repent for that and put it under the blood of Jesus, ask him to forgive you. And then you break the power of all mRNA technology in your body and you command it to be dismantled and disassembled and come out.
I do remember Kerry Majay talking about that. I'm so glad you brought that up, because that is huge information.
Huge.
If it's correct, and the fact that we are living in a flood, an ocean tossing and turning of information. It's like the truth's out there. It's just that we've got to remember it and keep tabs on it. And it's impossible, isn't it? We've got this thirst for knowledge because we're learning that we don't know much. So we want to input all this information, but then in doing that, we're sort of overloading and not really sort of focusing on the one thing, I guess. But it's also interesting, the life is in the blood. That's so nefarious. That's as you say, owners. That is basically selling your soul, really. That's like a new registration.
Well, some time ago, I want to say about 10, maybe it was in 2012, I believe, round about that time, there was a case that went before the Supreme Court, and it might have been 2010, but it was a while back. They actually ruled on on a case where it was a company. I forget the name of the company. We actually covered this before in a previous WTF Forum episode, and I had brought up the link to the actual court ruling, and they were talking about how a company had modified the DNA structure of a crop. I think it was corn, and they were patenting it. And there was some confusion over whether or not you could patent something like corn, like a vegetable. And the Supreme Court actually ruled that if the company had altered the DNA to a specific strand, a specific DNA strand, that it was something that was outside of nature, because you can't patent nature. You can't patent water, you can't patent trees, but if you alter the DNA of structure of that thing, then you can patent it. And so
Yep.
when that was the precedent for everything that's going on now, and the distinction between the definitions of mRNA. What is mRNA? You have in biology, you have mRNA is called messenger RNA, and the messenger RNA is what tells the cells in the nucleus to make more DNA. And what they're putting in these shots is not messenger RNA, it's modified RNA. This means that the DNA structure of the spike protein and the SARS-CoV-2 has been altered in a way that will produce an immunity or an immune response, but it's genetically modified material that you are injecting into your body that's telling your body to produce more genetically modified material, and it's telling your body how to make it. So then it comes to the question of you've got a substance in your body that is altering the DNA structure of your body. Does that mean now that you are now property of the company that made that DNA that is being introduced into your body? That is the
Yep.
question.
Yep.
And so the Supreme Court has already ruled that anything that has been genetically modified can be patented. So now human beings are patented. You are now owned by the company that created those COVID shots. If you took it, those mRNA shots, because I know not all of them are mRNA, but the ones that did take the mRNA, you are now property of those pharmaceutical companies.
Sure, sounds like it. Thank you. You have now been patented.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And
Right,
you just
that's
and,
what-
and they just walked right into it too,
Yeah.
without
with
even
their
looking
own-
into it.
Without
Yep.
even looking into it, with their consent. And man has free will. And that's why man is held responsible before God for what decisions man makes, because you're the one that determines all of these things. Matter of fact, like marijuana, that's why there was the whole war on drugs, because they couldn't patent it. And it is super good. There's all kinds of good things that are good about it for people that they get cured from marijuana. So they had to do the whole war on drugs because it was all natural, or it used to be anyway, and they couldn't patent it.
Yeah, well, we can thank John D. Rockefeller for that. He was the originator of stamping out and demonizing all natural therapies and herbal medicines and marijuana because of that exact thing that was just mentioned, the fact that you cannot patent nature. So, he was a snake oil salesman from way back. His father was. So, yes, problem, reaction, solution. They created the problem and, look, here's the solution. We've synthesized this stuff. Came from nature. It's all good. And, yeah. It's just amazing that it's lasted a century. But, well, it hasn't. I mean, there's a few awake, of course, but even more now.
So this
Yeah.
is the difference here between the beast system and the horse system. The horse system said, take this shot or we're going to take your comforts away. We're going to make your life harder. We're going to take your house away, your air conditioning away, and take these things away. Sell yourself to me so that I won't have to take your things away. The beast system just, it's the Noahide laws, as Laura has talked about in her series, that they just lob your head off with a guillotine that they've already ordered, and they've already coded this into our law secretly.
Yeah, 1991. That's been signed into law.
Yeah, that's right. Bill 102-14. That's right. They can look it up on the .gov website and read it for themselves. And the word beheaded is in there for the penalty. Absolutely.
That very famous picture of George Bush standing around with all the little hats with the big hats at that day, breathing down his neck.
And couple
as many
that
presidents
now.
have. Same
And couple
portrait.
that now with the fact that they have legalized imprisonment indefinitely for anybody they deem a threat to national security and or a terrorist. And lo and behold, those words mean whatever they want it to mean.
Hmm.
It doesn't actually mean that you broke a law.
Could be just a meme.
Right.
They legalize black bagging people and making them disappear.
Yeah, you can see
Well-
where it's headed.
Well, let's get into
Or
the
be
topic of debanking, because that's another way that they manipulate you. That this is also a thing that is voluntary, but they don't give you many options. You know, like they make your life harder and get you to sell out to them. So, Rob, you have a personal story on this one.
Oh, yeah. How about that? So, bottom line was, I started getting alerts about January where they wanted me to update my physical address. Now, normally corporations do not need to do this. So I have an LLC, and we tend to use P.O. boxes for security purposes, mainly because if somebody knows where your business is, they know where your mail is. If they know where your mail is, they know where to steal it from. So we had a problem here where a group of people had the postmaster keys. And we were having people open the box up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., which also then led to my hypervigilance concerning security, because we would have people show up at 2 or 3 a.m. It would look like they're just checking the mail, and then you would have all your mail stolen. So they were opening up the entire box, because we have a community box here. There's a number of businesses here, and we have one business post office box location. So we get the P.O. box, and we go ahead and go through and take care of everything. And lo and behold, at some point, we're getting these alerts. Update your physical address. Now, that was never a requirement before. There was many corporations, especially a lot of the ones that Hunter Biden was running, that were literally just a P.O. box. Okay? And I'm sure he didn't get any of these alerts. So I go ahead and I change it. And it's changed. And then like 3 weeks later, I get an alert saying you need to verify your physical address. So I go ahead and do it again. And if anybody remembers, on my own channel, I was talking to Ivan about it. And I was like, why are they asking for this suddenly? I thought they were singling me out or something. Turns out they weren't. But what they were doing is they were setting you up so that they can continue to keep reverting it back to the old address, so that way then they could justify shutting down the account. And this is one of those choke point strategies that Biden and his team came up with, very similar to the having to report, any transaction over $600, et cetera, et cetera. So this plays into it. So last week, I see an article that shows 16 district attorneys from various states are going against Biden and the federal government and Wells Fargo and telling them you can't just shut people's accounts down. Now, mine hadn't been shut down. Now, here's what I don't get. Had I not changed the physical address when they asked me, they would have shut that account down in the first round. Right? And I would have been part of the huge number of people that were having their accounts shut down that the attorney generals were complaining about. So I thought I was home free. I had already changed it 3 times. They had changed it back 2 times. Well, it turns out then the 3rd time they changed it back overnight after I checked it and closed the account. So it looks like they are using the same strategy that they used when they had all these branch managers opening up new accounts to meet these quotas Does anybody remember when Wells Fargo got sued for that, for billions and billions of dollars? The fake accounts.
Yeah, that was a while back.
Yeah. Well, they did it again. And this time, the reason why they did it is because the number of accounts that they closed down for any kind of questionable activity or no questionable activity, because they can just manipulate the account behind your back and keep putting in and saying that you have an invalid physical address and just shut it down. And that's what they did this time. They had their people internally go in and change your address back to the one that they had originally complained about and give you a warning about, and then they shut down your account. So same type of thing. Their own staff is interfering with bank accounts because they're getting a bonus for however many they shut down. And I'm going to look for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the data on that just yet, but I'm pretty sure there was a quota and a reward for shutting down any questionable accounts. So, and also too, this is tied to their ESG score. So if they shut down more of these questionable accounts, their ESG score will then reflect that. So they're using the ESG score to basically leverage Wells Fargo into performing illegal activity.
And what does that remind you of? That immediately
COVID?
when you said, yes, immediately when you said quotas to do nefarious things, immediately, yeah, we all probably, I don't know what I'm talking about, but amazing, isn't it? It's just so nefarious.
Yeah. They won't have to lock you down if you're in the street. If your business is shut down because you have no way to process payments. You know?
Yeah. Yep.
And then to add insult to injury, it looks like it's an adverse account closure. So I took 100-point hit on my credit score overnight.
Yeah, right. And that was your, points. Do I remember you saying that was your business account?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they confiscated the funds. I met somebody else that same day and they had theirs shut down and they wouldn't allow them to get all the money out. He said it's about 40 to 50 grand that they wouldn't let me get out. They didn't have enough liquidity to give me all my money back. So he left it in an account and it was confiscated. Okay.
I wonder.
There we are.
Do you guys have the know your customer thing? You've got all that.
This is part of that. An extension of know your customer.
Okay.
And it's also it also is an extension of the civil asset forfeiture, where all monies are guilty until proven innocent. Right? So even though the money itself didn't commit a crime, and you necessarily didn't commit a crime, we're going to manufacture a crime by which we can confiscate the funds. And the way they did that is through this physical address. Oh, and also, too, they said that there is no appeals process and you will never get the money back. There is no mechanism for you to get that money back. Zero. You will not get it back.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Yeah.
You know how,
sorry, you go.
I was just going to ask, Rob, do you know how much was in your account that they took?
Well, here's what's interesting. It's hard to tell because I had about 200 altogether, 250 in there or something. And I had 2 inbound transfers. One was for like 1,800. Another one was like for $4 grand or $3 grand. Wow. And I don't know if they're going to accept those transfers and confiscate those too. We're going to find out on Monday.
Yeah, I had a big problem with the whole know your customer thing last year. I think I may have mentioned this, so I'll try to make it brief. If anyone hasn't heard it. So yeah, I couldn't basically get into my accounts without, this is just an online bank, it's a Dutch bank. I couldn't get into my accounts without answering these particular questions. And they came up like, it wasn't all the questions visible. It was like, here's question 1. And then once you do that, you can go on to the next stage. So you don't sort of get to see the questions in advance. And I didn't want to just answer the questions because I thought, am I setting myself up in question 1 for something that's going to sting me in question 5? I want to hear what these questions are first. There was no other way of getting into the account. I rang the bank and it was just like brick wall. And I also asked them, could they please supply a list to me of the questions in advance so I could have a look. None of them could point me in any direction of those questions. I ended up digging myself and finding it on their website. So I was able to at least know what was coming. But the questions were so invasive, it really got my goat, like it really put a whole herd of goats up my nose, because one of them was like, where did the money come from? So there's that. And the worst one was, what do you plan to do with the money? I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know, over time. Like, and the worst thing was it was all multiple choice. So you had to fit into something. And if you didn't, well, whatever, I guess just come up with something to get to the next thing. It was so stupid. And, I kicked and screamed, and I got the threatening things. If you haven't done it by this date, you're going to lose access, and, we may not give you access back, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's just like, holy moly, scare. So in the end, I caved, and I did answer the questions, but I knew what was coming, so I answered them appropriately. But my ex, he decided to dig his heels in, and he's actually gone and taken it to higher levels, and it's completely not really legal what they've done. So it'll be interesting. It took him months for the hearing to come up, and he had a significant amount of money in there that he couldn't get to either, but he decided to stand up, which good on him. And so I'm sort of learning what's going on, but it's looking like he might actually have a fairly good case there. So it's a shame we all sort of didn't do that, including me. So yeah, it's very hard to get to your money these days. They're not making it easy. You're muted, Ando.
No, it's so we're getting ready to run a clip. We good to running the clip, Ando?
Yeah, let's do that. Hey, a lot of us here are fans of the Corbett Report, and he did this one about a year ago. It was April 23, about Choke Point 2.0, and here we are starting to see something that looks pretty similar. So, yeah, drop that clip.
Okay.
But in the future, even that admittedly small window will be closed. In the dream society of the technocrats, when the government and the banksters that puppeteer them want you off the grid, it will require nothing more than a flick of the switch, and then you will be left begging for scraps. If only there were a decentralized link, community-based monetary system link, or trading system link that didn't require interfacing with the federal banking system. Luckily, as we've discussed here many times, link, there are such alternatives. They already exist, and they don't require any official permission to make use of them. So, if you are in one of these targeted high-risk industries, or feel your industry, like the alternative media industry, might become one of them in the near future, there's only one choice. Start getting off the banking grid now, to whatever extent possible, because you never know when the government is going to flip a switch, and your bank account is going to be gone. Well, that was James Corbett in 2016, and as you continue reading, of course, there's the recommended reading and viewing and just for fun that is part of the subscriber editorial every weekend, or most weekends anyway, at corbettreport.com. So if you do want to support this work and make it possible in the future, please consider signing up for a membership and getting access to the subscriber newsletter. At any rate, yeah, that was me in 2016 trying to ring the alarm bell saying, hey guys, it looks like, this Operation Choke Point idea, whatever they do with it legally, don't worry guys, it's all over. It's probably not all over, right? They're going to continue coming back to this well and using the choke point of the cashless economy and our reliance on the banking system. Everyone needs a bank, everyone needs a payment processor as the way to essentially choke out any perceived political threat. But hey, that's just conspiracy theorist James Corbett. What did he know back in 2016 trying to warn about that kind of thing? I mean, it's not like any government in the Western free liberal democracies is going to start actually debanking individuals that are just part of some political protest movement, are they?
Let me repeat what I said on Monday. If your truck is being used in these protests, your corporate accounts will be frozen. the insurance on your vehicle will be suspended. The consequences are real, and they will bite. It is time for you to go home. And let me also be clear that we will have zero tolerance for the establishment of new blockades or occupations. We now have the tools to follow the money. We can see what is happening and what is being planned in real time. And we are absolutely determined that this must end now and for good.
Oh, wait, right, of course. That's exactly what is happening, and you will, of course, be familiar with what went down in Canada last year. If not, at the very least, you can get caught up to speed with my Give, Send, Gone, episode 413 of this podcast from last year, where I examined in great detail the process by which, of course, the choke point continues on in other countries by other names. What this is fundamentally about is debanking, the ability for governments to debank individuals that they deem to be, whatever, protesting in the wrong way. Of course you can protest. It's your democratic right, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, not that kind of protest. Flip the switch. And of course, it becomes easier and easier to flip that switch. That goes from a metaphor to quite a literal flipping of a switch that happens in the cashless economy, which is, of course, why this incredibly important idea of Operation Choke Point actually becomes more important as we go forward in time, not less important. And for people who have a hard time understanding what this means, how Operation Choke Point 2.0 is already being, let alone can be applied in the future, let's bring it down to some brass tacks, and we'll take this from the piratewires.com website, which I'm not familiar with this publication, but they have a very good write-up, at the very least, on Operation Choke Point 2.0 is underway, and crypto is in its crosshairs. First they came for the crypto bros. Wait, I want even the people who are arms folded, no coiners, oh, just stupid internet money, it's all going to disappear when they flip the internet switch. This isn't, please, don't get hung up on that detail. This isn't about crypto. Although, ostensibly, at the beginning, it's about crypto. But this is about the game for the entire enchilada, to coin a mixed metaphor. All right, so let's get into this. It starts by saying, what began as a trickle is now a flood. The U.S. government is using the banking sector to organize a sophisticated, widespread crackdown against the crypto industry. And the administration's efforts are no secret. They've expressed plainly in memos, regulatory guidance, and blog posts. However, the breadth of this plan, spanning virtually every financial sector, as well as its highly coordinated nature, has even the most steely-eyed crypto veterans nervous that crypto businesses might end up completely unbanked. Stablecoins may be stranded and unable to manage flows in and out of crypto, and exchanges might be shut off from the banking system entirely. Let's dig in. For crypto firms, obtaining access to the onshore banking system has always been a challenge. Even today, crypto startups struggle mightily to get banks, and only a handful of boutiques serve them. This is why stablecoins like Tether found popularity early on, to facilitate fiat settlements where the rails of traditional banking were unavailable. However, in recent weeks, the intensity of efforts to ring-fence the entire crypto space and isolate it from the traditional banking system have ratcheted up significantly. Specifically, the Biden administration is now executing what appears to be a coordinated plan that spans multiple agencies to discourage banks from dealing with crypto firms.
Okay, so one thing I did wrong. I had just added a bunch of money to my Binance account. So that may have been what triggered this. And I have a client who I'm managing their crypto account for, because I used to be a Forex trader, which is very similar to crypto. And now I'm concerned for him because he's a retiree. If they confiscate his funds, this guy is done. So you have this added sword of Damocles / sword of old poopy pants hanging over our heads. And I don't think it above them to destroy retiree money that happens to be in the crypto market. So I'm really concerned.
It's interesting. I have pointed it out before that the Binance logo, if you want to, can we bring that up, Ando? I just put it in the private chat. I'm not sure if you can, but should be able to. Just continuing on from our earlier conversation.
And notice they're using this banking control to authorize all the 3-letter agencies to do full spectrum surveillance. Front to back, top to bottom, anything goes.
I was reading an article the other day about how they can actually trace you and your crypto. Like, it's not as anonymous. They call it pseudonymous. But that is largely up to how you handle your transactions. So if you slip up once, they're going to be able to trace you back if they want to. I mean, it's a bit of a process, but it is possible.
They have an entire new team, part of the feds, and all they do is run this gigantic AI that crawls and pulls information out of the blockchain and starts linking the different transactions, linking them all the way back to a location and to individual phones and accounts.
Well, it stands to reason. I mean, they set up the internet. Let's not forget that it's a DARPA project to start with. So, you know.
Well, no, it's just the fact that we have this. They've taken all these different agencies and all this different information and all this information from these various information brokers, and they're synthesizing it together with this AI. And the AI is able to go through huge volumes of information and then correlate it to each individual transaction and to a name and to a social security number. So we have a big problem. Crypto is far, far, far from anonymous at this point. You might as well just be screaming to everybody, hey, I bought crypto today. Come shut down my account.
Look at the logo of Binance. What do you see? Laura? Do you see it?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like it should have a G somewhere. Yeah.
Above, so below.
Should be a G in the middle.
Yes,
As
exactly.
above, so
It's
below.
symmetry.
Oh, it's
Top to bottom
Freemason.
symmetry.
Freemason.
And then the unholy triad.
So, yeah, I mean...
Freemasons running it all.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it's in the name too, cryptocurrency. Hello. So, like, I mean, to me, it has never made sense that we're, you know, everything's going to be reliant on blockchain. And, yeah, I mean, they get up in front of their Davos pets and talk about how, cash is always going to be around. You'll have a choice, but we know cash, you know, you'll have a choice for a while until it suits them. But if everything's going to be on blockchain and run by electricity, and as we have discussed in the past, a lot of these servers are now being placed underwater. But even still, if they're talking about all these, you know, massive solar things, solar, polar, and scary things coming from the sun, and what I have referred to in the past many times as the false Carrington event that is going to come, then that's supposedly going to wipe out, you know, electricity and systems like that. So what good is all this stuff? I mean, that's where we need to have some other kind of backup. And as was brought up in the comments, you know, Western civilization, I think it was, that said doesn't know anybody who accepts, you know, gold at this point. But, you know, maybe that's just at this point. That's why you got to buy lots of small coins, you know, like don't buy blocks of gold and silver. Buy lots of usable small coins because you don't want to pay, you know, an ingot for a loaf of bread.
I kept a ounce of silver that's a shape of a credit card in my wallet. I think I've showed it here on the show before. But I was at church and the donation bucket came around and I forgot to bring cash with me today. So I dropped an ounce in. Wow. I bet they thought that was pretty cool at the end of the day.
Nice.
As long as it wasn't 30 pieces or something, right?
Exactly.
10 pieces of silver.
Yeah, I'm starting to think along these lines too. I mean, if we want to think, you know, ahead of getting off grid and the worst case scenario, which probably may not happen, But yeah, copper and stuff. That's a good thing. I've been collecting copper.
So I'd like to play another clip, if I could, from Mysterious Universe. Hopefully they don't hate us for this. But it's very short, so I don't think we're going to hit the fair use limit. So let's go ahead and play it here real quick.
Appear in military installations at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, for example. They were seeing like some of the most specialized JSOC operators, like spec ops, soldiers, and the elite of the elite fighting force. They're showing up with devices, and this company realizes, holy crap, we can track spec ops teams going from their base in America to some op in Turkey.
Oh, so they know where they're striking.
We know what's going.
So what about that?
Whoa.
You're trying to tell me you can't find the pedophiles? You can't find Antifa members? You can't find the person who planted the J6 bomb?
It's because they're not looking for them.
You can't figure out where Joe Biden and Hunter were? Tell me another story.
It's funny. It's funny because, when back when the whole debacle regarding the troops leaving Afghanistan, and it was just this big giant, basically, for lack of a better word, shit show. There were actually people who were like, I actually talked to, and they were like, oh, well, Joe Biden didn't know that was going to happen. I'm like, that's some bullshit, because I know for a fact they are not that incompetent. I refuse to believe our government is so incompetent that they didn't know that doing that the way they did was going to wreak complete and total havoc in that area. And so, it's like they say that people are more incompetent than they are evil. I think that our government is a healthy dose of both, but I don't think that they're just so incompetent that they don't know what's going to happen before they do it. I mean, they've planned everything else out to the T, and they've got all their ducks lined up, and they have contingency plans for contingency plans. And to say that they don't know, that the government doesn't know what they're doing, I think is a complete lie. And this just proves it.
They spend billions of dollars on these think tanks.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Would
what
they
they
do
do.
it if they were ineffective?
100%.
Absolutely.
And it's a total physical manifestation, having Biden, who's an incompetent old fool, up on the stage, because that's what the perception is, because that's what they're showing the people with the foolish eyes and the deaf ears, who are just continually watching the news, mainstream news, and believing all the blah blah. So that's exactly, the manifestation of what they want to see. Here you go, dummies. You can look at this while we get on with the real business,
And anybody who thinks that Joe Biden is actually running anything has no idea what they're talking about.
Or any of the presidents, for that matter.
Exactly.
And then don't forget the spiritual component too. These people have sold their souls to be in their positions of power, and you have a whole Nephilim kingdom that is telling them what to do behind the scenes. So it is, they absolutely know what they're doing, because it's being run from the top down spiritually. And the bottom dogs are the humans that are just their loyal servants.
I will concede that there may be branches of government that, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, but the people that are calling the shots, they absolutely know what's happening. Absolutely.
If they don't know, it's intentional. They've been skiffed, they've been divided, etc. So no one person can pull the thread and figure out where it's connected.
Yeah, compartmentalization. That's how they get away with a lot of those projects.
Yeah.
And lots of nefarious things.
Exactly. They call it national security. What it really is just security for the dirtbags.
Exactly.
OPSEC.
Yep, safe and effective for them, but they just don't put that last bit on.
When you're all dead, it'll be very safe and effective.
Yes, very effective indeed.
Right.
We've effectively gotten rid of all of our opposition. That's safe and effective.
That's right. And that's what I was pointing out too. And then the oaths, they have to take oaths, like even to be in the military. I mean, think of that. There's oaths that they take.
And their
And
blood oaths, where does that come from? Because the Canaanites would drink blood when they took the oath.
Bingo.
That's one thing I don't like when they say blood oath. I'm like, what?
You don't even know what that means. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I don't
Well,
want to do that. What the hell's wrong with
even,
you?
and speaking of oaths, doctors take the Hippocratic Oath when they graduate. Come to find out, there's a lot of medical schools. There are some, I'm not going to say a lot. There are some medical schools that do not require their graduating physician students to take the Hippocratic Oath. And the ones that do, that Hippocratic Oath ain't what you think it is. And I have told people repeatedly, you need to go look up the different versions of the Hippocratic Oath that are being taken right now. And I promise you, you will understand why healthcare is the way that it is. Because, people like to say, well, the doctors swore that they would first do no harm. Honey, if you would look at the Hippocratic Oath since the 1950s, that's not been in there for decades. They never made that promise. And second of all, a lot of I actually looked up the one for Harvard Medical School, and in there, it's a bunch of ESG, DEI BS that they're, equality and just, it's garbage, absolute garbage. And you can totally see the propaganda in that Hippocratic Oath that they took.
Yeah, and you can see the
equality
playbook
means
from
letting you die because you said something homophobic 50 years ago.
Yeah, right.
That's coming. People need to wake the hell up. That is coming.
I don't remember the episode. Oh, sorry. I don't remember the episode number, but you covered that on this show, Fido.
Yes.
We played one of the woke Hippocratic oaths on that episode. But
yes,
for the good of all and for inclusivity and blah blah blah.
Yep. And the original Hippocratic Oath, if you go back and look at it, it actually said that they vowed not to give any medication that would abort a fetus.
That's right.
And they changed that. Probably after Roe v. Wade.
Or it may have been after they came up with the 186 pill.
Yeah.
OU 186.
I don't mean to divert, but I just wanted to say this real quick and get it on the record. So it's just about abortion, and we can just, I'll say this and we can run along to the next topic if you want. In the book of Enoch, it talks about when the Watchers came down to earth and they started teaching people how to do this and that. That was when they taught humans how to abort their babies. They actually gave them the information that they needed to know how to do that. And that was right around the time that they were breeding with all the earth women and having all these giant babies. So you can imagine that's probably why they did that. But yeah,
well, they said there was
that
a
information
fertility
came
problem because it's interesting. So Strange Planet, Richard Serrett, he has a thing about Genesis 6, the next show, and he was talking about how they hypothesized that the Watchers showed them how to abort the fetus, but the problem is it caused a cascade effect where they lost their fertility. So they had to mate with the giants.
Huh. So even if
one?
they went back to human men, they wouldn't be able to have babies?
No,
Is that
what
you're
was
saying?
happening is, as it turns out, there's a part in Genesis, and I think there's also an allusion to it in Ezekiel.
Yeah.
That these giants could manipulate their sex at will. They're basically transgendered.
Interesting.
At least some of them. And so what they would do is the women were infertile, so they tempted the men to couple with them to have giants.
As in hermaphrodite or morphing?
Or morphodite. Yeah, where they could change it at will. They could look like a male or a female.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Cherubim or cherubim, but that's basically how they tricked us into having to have sex with them again and after the flood.
Well, if they're part spirit and part human, they would have the ability to morph. So in my mind anyway, that they would have the ability to do that.
That's why they could look
because
horrible and terrible, or they can look very beautiful to us. Whatever they needed at the time.
Like
and
demons.
that kind of ties in with the abduction thing, right? Because they've said some of the aliens look very beautiful, some of them look horrific. Right?
Kind of like the sirens that the sailors would see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were
That's
beautiful from a distance, and then when you got up real close to them, they were just these horrible-looking monsters.
Or if they're just going to kill you, they didn't care what they looked like. They would show their true form.
Right.
Right? Kind of like when you get married.
Exactly. It's not that bad, Rob.
It is.
Well,
like beagles.
As far as the medical industry goes, I mean, their symbol is a pole with two snakes on it. So,
the duality, right?
It's just some snakes pole dancing.
Well, and there's something to that. Hey, check this out. There was some kind of allusion in the Bible to them dancing with a pole or a pillar. The
like a
pillar
maypole?
of Asheroth.
Yes.
Ring a bell?
Did it have snakes around it?
Yeah, at one point they did, I think.
Imagine that.
Yeah, the serpents. Go figure. So what if the caduceus that the medical industry touts as their symbol is actually a symbol of getting down and dirty and having orgies with giants and or aliens or whatever who are messing with our DNA?
Yeah, I haven't actually. It's something that's been
temptation.
on the list to look into, and that is the caduceus. There's a couple of versions, isn't there? There's the one with the two snakes, and then there's the one with the one snake. So, do you know anything much about that, Laura?
No, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between the two, but to me, what stood out was when doctors go to school for 8 years, they learn two things. They learn pills and they learn cutting, surgery or pharmacy. That is, and those are two huge spirits. That is Legion. Legion is the one that's associated with cutting, and Pharmakia, which is a witchcraft spirit. And doctors go to school for 8 years and they literally spend less than 1 week on nutrition, which will heal over 90% of diseases if you fix your nutrition. So, and then they demonize and put down anybody who's a naturopath, of course, because Satan has all of his media people, to do that. So, it's, to me, the two snakes are two like master spirits over that industry. And when you do, you're giving when you go to surgery, and I hate to say it this way because I've had lots of surgeries in my past too. But you're giving a blood sacrifice to that kingdom because you are giving your consent to be cut on, to, and if you believe in the word, then you have to trust in the Lord. And you see a whole lot more miracles like in Africa because they don't have a plan B. They have Jesus and that's it. And so their faith has a substance, and that's what faith is. Our faith is actually what you would call hope. Faith is being absolutely 1000% convinced that what the word says is true. So if you say, by his stripes I am healed, you are absolutely convinced. The faith does the work. That substance does the work, and it manifests. But if you say, oh yeah, sure guys, pray for my knee, and if it doesn't work, then I'll go have knee surgery next Wednesday when it's scheduled, then your faith really is in the surgery. So of course it's not going to manifest. But if we have to come out of these systems that y'all are talking about, the money systems, the medical systems, because it's either, take a mark to be in it or, be out of it, then it's going to force us to rely more on our faith, and we will see more manifestation of the kingdom. That's what I believe.
Absolutely. I totally agree that is where we're coming to. That's going to be the real pointy end, which we're sort of getting to, because things have to be sort of eliminated out of our lives, and it's going to take a heck of a lot of faith to allow that to happen. And even the people, like, I hate to even include myself because I'm such a sinner, but even the people who are so aware are going to be really challenged to be able to take that faith on. But I have to say, like, I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but maybe I'm deluded. But in the last, few weeks, I suppose, particularly, I've really felt there's been some strong energy. I think that's fairly hard to deny. But also, like, as strong as the dark energy is, there's also been some very strong energies in the other sense too. And even like, just like prayer, like answer to prayer and stuff has been a couple of times, like, I've been absolutely blown away at just how, not only it being answered, I mean, I shouldn't be blown away by that, but it is always a beautiful surprise, but how quickly as well, and how thoroughly and how clear. So, just little things, but it's like, wow. Like, I just feel like things are ramping up.
I have seen that too.
Obvious.
So.
Yeah. Wow. Awesome.
There is a quickening occurring.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
This might be the time to bring that up.
You're seeing people polarize in a very strong way. And it's funny thing is most of the events that have happened that I've seen people polarize over the most ridiculous things on the planet. I mean, literally, not even miscommunication, just nothing. I've seen people literally argue over nothing. And it's been going on for about the past 2 or 3 weeks. Even had it happen at work. I've had it online. I've had it with my wife over. So check this out. Let's talk about marriage for a second. Okay. So I send her a love you text, like you do, because you got to do that with women or they don't like you no more. Anyway, so I send this thing and it has a picture of 2 people kissing. Have you ever seen that icon, that emoji? Right? So, and it shows somebody with dark hair kissing somebody else with dark hair. So I'm like, okay, so because you got to be racial now. You got to make sure it has the right color hair, or your wife thinks you're screwing around on her. So
yeah, I just get you in trouble.
Yeah, and I send her this damn emoji. And it goes over to her, and then the damn thing gets to her, and she goes, "Oh, you must have meant to send that to your other girlfriend." And I'm looking at it going, "What the hell are you talking about?" I'm looking. She goes, "Oh, the girl on the emoji is blonde." I'm like, no, I sent her the screenshot of mine, and it shows 2 people that have dark hair. I'm like, God damn it. This freaking AI is trying to destroy my relationship here. What the hell's going on here? Can you believe that?
Wow.
It literally color.
Wow.
I was like, why didn't you just put a black woman in there then too while I was at it? I mean, just go all the way.
Have you kissing another man? I mean, let's go all the way. Why not?
Yeah.
I'm surprised it didn't show that. That wouldn't surprise me. Not at this point. My God.
Wow.
I'm like, what, is the CIA watching my phone and like changing my emojis or what?
That's why I only ever send the winky smiley face. I don't ever send the people emojis.
Yeah, you can't trust none of it. It showed well, I mean, so it showed like kind of what looked like a white guy and somebody who might be Asian or Hispanic. And I was like, yeah, that works. And it came back with some white chick with blonde hair.
I gave a thumbs up one time and it auto-corrected to a black thumbs up. And I'm like, where did that even come from?
My soul thumb.
Black thumbs.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but I mean, it's just like,
okay. People look into it. They read things into it,
They do. They really do.
And they're like, what does that mean? Did you have a black thumb somewhere? What are you trying to say? Only black people give me the thumbs up now? What's going on here?
I thought about this once, like how much time at the end of our, I don't know, let's say a year, do we spend looking through our phones to get the right emoji? Like if you could add that up, it's probably a whole day,
Especially when they keep changing
Some
them.
people don't use emojis, but yeah.
You know, you have to. You almost have to like investigate them. Make sure I didn't send a transgendered emoji or something on accident to like my pastor or something.
Well, sometimes
You
not
know?
the absence of an emoji can get you in trouble, because sometimes it's like the intention of words is so hard to read, and it's like, oh, I should have put an extra couple of O's on that, or I should have put a smiley face at the end of that, or something, or a lol, because that gets you out of trouble. But it's just this whole language.
Right.
Yeah, and you're reviewing this stuff to make sure like somebody's not going to blow up on you and lose their damn mind.
I think you're a total asshole. Lol. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, there's a big difference if you put that there or not.
It works.
Didn't you have a clip on this one, Rob? There was
Yeah.
some kind of story that related to it. Let's jam one of those.
I don't know if I have it though.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Was it in the channel? I think.
Yeah, I think you put it in the chat. Yeah.
I got to see if
While-
I can.
while you look for
it'll
that-
take me a minute.
Yeah, while you look for that, I'll just mention, I don't know, maybe somebody else has also seen this, but oh gosh, it was a couple of years ago now. There was an interesting breakdown on all the emojis and how they actually do relate back to some demons, like really some ancient things. And it's like, should we be using them at all? You know, it was very interesting. It did sound fairly, you know, I bought it basically, fairly legit.
Well,
I'll see if I can find it.
That's interesting. Laura told me in one of our episodes that the Pokemon relate to demonic entities, right, Laura?
Yep, that's right. And kids have literally had to have demons cast out of them in deliverance. I've never had a kid, but I have been to a deliverance class where the guy that was teaching it was a deliverance minister. And he said somebody was asking him questions about kids changing, like their personality changing very quickly. And he said, do they play Pokemon? And the mom said, well, yeah, all the time. I mean, he stays in front of the TV all day long with it. He said he needs to be delivered. And sure enough, they cast these demons out. But so he talked about it. And then I started looking it up because my kid played it. And these kids get really addicted to it. But whenever I started looking up stuff on it, people do episodes on it that understand what's going on. Well, there was a couple that went to, I don't remember what country they went to. It was some foreign country, but the guy that they were going to meet, like the pastor that they were going to meet to minister to his congregation, he used to be a witch doctor, and before he converted to Christianity. And when he saw the cards, somebody sent that with them. And when he saw the cards, he said, what are you doing with these? That's so-and-so, and that's so-and-so. And that he knew the names of them because as a witch doctor, he used to interact with them. I mean, the spirit realm is for real. It's definitely real. And people don't understand. A lot of people that don't, they dabble in it or play with it, they don't understand what they're opening themselves up to. So kids that sit in front of a TV, which, by the way, Fido, your dream, is telling a vision because it was on a television, right? It was telling a vision. We'll go over that later, but they are literally, we're like human antennas, and we receive and then we transmit back out what we receive. That's why people that sit in front of CNN and believe lies all day go out and vote for Obama and Biden, because that's what's inside of them. And if you don't put anything biblical inside of you, your mind is not transformed. So you're receiving these Pokemon all day long. That's what's inside of you. It comes in, it becomes a form of idolatry, and they are legally allowed to influence and then even overtake if there is no kingdom inside of you to defend you, to protect you. Like one lady that I helped, she said, we can't figure out what is going on. My kid he's been afraid, to go to bed at night, and it's been kind of a long-term thing. But me and my husband, this was a hardcore Christian family because they both came out of witchcraft and all kinds of stuff that they knew the kingdom of darkness big time. So they came out of it. They taught their little bitty kids all about Jesus and everything, and they're hardcore Christians. So she said, we go pray over him every night. And we took him to this church that was doing deliverance, and we got some deliverance ourselves, and the church did deliverance on our son. And I said, well, so what had happened was her son, after the deliverance, he got better for a few days, and then he started getting worse, and then he ended up even worse than he was before. And I said, I can tell you what the problem is. Your child is not saved. And she said, well, how do you know that? And I said, well, have you ever led him to Jesus? Has he ever confessed it with his mouth? And she said, no, he's 5. And I said, there you go. I said, so she goes, but we're his covering. And I said, that's right. And when you go in to his bedroom and you and your husband pray over him, and all the scary stuff goes away, the fear goes away, you bind and cast out the spirit of fear, and he's better. And then lo and behold, it comes back, right? She said, that's right. And I said, that's because they know that he has nothing to defend him. He has to become a citizen of a kingdom that will defend him. They did it, and it all stopped. It all stopped right after that. So it matters. Yeah, it absolutely matters where you stand on those things.
It kind of all goes back to even the way mental illness is treated in this country. I would venture a guess to say, and we've had this discussion, I think, in our forum chat. I would venture to guess that probably 75 to 80% of, if not all of it, is spiritual attack or demonic influence that is causing these people to have these mental upsets, like, hearing voices, having unspecified anxiety and depression, lack of motivation, and just destructive behaviors that ruin relationships. And
absolutely,
and I think the only way to fix the mental health problem we have in this country is to start addressing things is to start ruling out spiritual attack and demonic influence first, before you ever put them on any kind of medication.
Yep.
Making sure that they're not under spiritual attack, and then offer them counseling to that effect. And because people don't want to admit that they've done something that opened that door to a demonic influence. It's embarrassing, and it shouldn't be, because there's a lot of people that have done it, and I'm fairly certain that I did at one point, and I've repented of all of that, and I've alleviated my life of that. Though it doesn't stop them from trying, they're not as effective as they used to be.
Right.
So, like, even delivering my son from sleepwalking, he hasn't, since we did that, he hasn't had any more instances of sleepwalking at all.
Yeah.
And it was to the point where it was quite concerning. He almost walked out the back door in the middle of the night into the backyard, and the only reason he didn't was because my husband was awake at the time and stopped him from going out the back door. So and there's no light out there in the backyard, and it's pitch black, and so there's no telling what could have happened to him out there. So I absolutely 100% believe that if people would try the spiritual approach first, they probably wouldn't need to be on all the psych meds that they're on.
Totally agree.
Oh, absolutely. I've had Mum pray over me for little ailments a number of times in, I don't know, especially in the last couple of years since I moved up here. And yeah, works. It works. I haven't been to a doctor for a long time.
There was once all the COVID stuff started calming down, I did catch a cold. I was getting the sniffles, I was getting headaches, and just brain fog. Just felt like I got punched in the face. And I actually prayed and asked God to deliver me from this spirit of sickness. And within 2 days, usually it's like when I get those symptoms, it's like at least a week. I've got these sniffles and these sinus issues and this coughing and stuff and headaches going on for like a week before it goes away, and treating it with over-the-counter meds. But this time I prayed and asked God to deliver me from the demonic spirit of sickness. And within 2 days, my symptoms were gone completely.
Yep.
Like it never even happened.
I have that same thing where it's all like allergies, fizzy nose, all the running, just all of it. And it goes like a week. And since I learned how to pray and break that stuff off and cast it out and come against it and everything, I don't hardly ever have that anymore. And if I do, it's like less than 1 day, way shorter. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Fido. People, if they took a spiritual approach, and you know what's crazy is it's free most of the time. If you find a deliverance ministry or a church that does deliverance or inner healing, it's free. So why not try that instead of doctors first? And especially, like you said, all the mental stuff and the ones that hear voices. There are even books that are written that correlate the spiritual root of diseases. And it shows you, like, if you have breast cancer in the left breast, it's, you have got issues with your mother that are unresolved. And, there's pain or trauma or something there that needs to be attended to. If it's in the right breast, it is with a female that's not your mother, but another female. So they have it down. I mean, they've got it down where at least you can look this stuff up and say, oh my gosh, I'm having a problem in this part of my body, or I've got colon cancer or whatever. And you can literally look it up and it tells you that's from fear, or arthritis, that is from unforgiveness. And even if it's not 100% always right, if it's only like 80 or 90% right, it definitely gives you an avenue to consider. That's free.
Yeah, definitely. And grief is the lungs. What do you think, Laura, of the like, for instance, Royal Rife, the frequencies sort of healing situations, the frequency waves and sympathetic waves? Because my personal opinion is that, well, God created the universe from frequency, sound, the word. So it's a natural therapy. So do you correlate with that, or is there some reason to avoid that?
Well, that's funny you bring that up. I'm currently compiling information that I feel like the Lord is putting in front of me on that topic to teach on pretty soon. And what I think is that because they have hidden it from us for so long, there's a reason they've hidden it from us, and how frequencies can heal the body. But also how things actually operate. Like, I think in the Bible, it says that everything that is not seen, how does it go? Everything that is seen is basically generated from everything that is not seen, which is frequencies, sound, and all of that. And there's scriptures that say, I will declare a thing and it will be established, and the light will shine upon my ways. So, or it says, as you declare a thing, it will be established and the light will shine upon your ways. Well, how does that work? Okay, well, it has to do with speaking it and believing it, speaking it in faith. So certainly frequencies are good, and it's how things work because they've hidden it from us. But I think that there is also, just like everything, a corruption of that, because they do bad things with it too. The big, all the evil people of the world, they do bad things with it as well. So I think it's just like anything else. You can, it's real, and you can tap into the using it for good. And then there are ways to use it for the bad, just like weapons. You can use them to defend yourself, and then you can use them to go out and just brutally murder people for no reason. So that's what I'm finding so far. But I'll tell you what, if whenever I teach that, I'll pop that over to you so you can listen to it. And if there's something in it of whatever I find, because when you get into the Greek, the word voice is phano, P-H-A-I-N-O, and it means to shed forth light. That's what the word voice means.
Because frequencies in Greek, it's basically like any kind of form of energy that has frequency to it. So, and that's interesting that you mentioned that, because in the Bible, serpent can mean many different things. It can mean a worm, a parasite. It can mean energy. So,
oh wow,
Yeah, like lightning. They use the same word for lightning when it would strike something, and then they would say it would have a, basically the same word as a serpent. Something would be energized, right? So, yeah, they convolute a lot of these words. They mean the same thing. So,
Yeah.
for
And going
example,
back
oh, go ahead.
That's all right. You're in the middle of a thought. Keep going.
Also, too, with terahertz frequencies, they're finding out that these frequencies can heal. They can also destroy DNA. It depends on how you use it.
There you go.
Yeah,
how
exactly.
you tune it,
right.
The intent. And it's funny because that's shaping up to be one of the most important technologies of all of mankind. And of course, right when we find it, they want to blow everything up. So here we are.
Yeah, and when they quote Tesla, Tesla's always been quoted now that the secrets of the universe is frequency, energy, and vibration, which, when you think about it, it's all the same thing, isn't it?
Yes.
But also the play on words, I was just going to go back to Kerry Madej for a little moment. She is the first person that I heard speak about Luciferus, which is the toxic something or other that they're planning to possibly put inside us people at some point, which is quite nefarious. Something that they've gotten from underwater, some deep sea creatures that glows or something or other, delivered via some tiny little teeth which are based on a snake's fang. So, yep, loose plays on
It's
words.
already in some people because they have videos of people glowing under those blue lights. Their hands or parts of their bodies are glowing because that luciferase is inside of them.
Right. So is this a case, do you think, of like there's different places in the world or whatever that had different batches for different experiments for different things? So like not everybody's going to have the same adverse reactions because there's different. I've just often wondered this. Is it sort of like there's different rooms of the laboratory, so to speak, and only they would know the batch numbers and what was in each thing, so they would know what to look for with aftermath of statistics, etc., which I would keep very close to their chest.
I do. I think that maybe, Moderna and Pfizer and, depending on which shot you got, that would compartmentalize, these people are going to, have y'all seen that video, died suddenly? The stuff they were pulling out of? Okay. And then these people over here, they have a different effect. And then even breaking it down like that from lot numbers of the batches that went out. Being able to, if they have a database with a person's name cross-referenced with a lot number of what they got, then they know exactly what's in them.
That's one reason why I didn't trust it, because they wanted you to present your ID and all this other nonsense before you got the vaccine. And I'm like, why would they even care?
Right.
You can do that afterwards. So I did try that. I went up there and I said, no, I'm not going to give you my ID. Give me the injection and then I'll give you the information. They wouldn't do it.
Wow.
That's when I said, I'm not taking it. Nope. Can you believe that?
Tagging system. Yep.
That's
Tagging
right.
system.
They were going to look me up in something and see what kind of list I was on and then determine which one they're going to give you. And I didn't trust that.
But then you've got the people who might have taken the Pfizer and then the second one, they got the AstraZeneca and then the booster, there was something else. So I don't know how that would work because that would sort of blow some of the experiments. So maybe it's just the very first one that was important, perhaps? Not sure.
Well, they had different formulations that they're still going through the paperwork with.
Yeah.
Well, the way that they made this stuff, they all colluded together to get this stuff out there. So they probably didn't really have a difference between the company, the brand. They probably had a difference between the batches based off of who they were going to give what to.
And because they didn't have liability, they could do that. Normally, that would not be a thing.
There was a video that I watched. It was Dr. Malik. He interviewed Robert Malone, and somebody encouraged me to watch it, and I was like, I don't want to listen to that viper of a person spewing his bile. But if you insist, I will see if maybe I'm being too critical of him. And so I listened to about 3/4 of this interview, and Robert Malone was like, "Oh yeah, we definitely had the technology to push this stuff through in 18 months." And um, he was like, "Yeah, there was, I mean, there was a reason we were able to do it so fast because the technology was already there, and we were able to push it through and get it all done and get it out to the people." And I'm like, no, you didn't have it. You couldn't have done it in plenty of time. That's why it took 18 months, because y'all cut so many dadgum corners getting this stuff tested and verified to get it out to the people. It's like if you had done it the proper way, it wouldn't have taken 18 months. It would have taken a minimum of 5 years to have
Yeah.
all of the clinical trials. So they cut some massive corners to get it done in 18 months. So no, he's an absolute liar, and I don't believe anything that he has to say. Even if he has to tell the truth, he is he is I don't know. I can't stand that guy, and I don't. If I never see him ever again, it'll be too soon. But he absolutely lied when he said that they did it in plenty of time. Like, no, they didn't. That's
Is
that's
that
why they
He's
had to cut.
definitely
That's why they had to cut the corners.
yes. He's definitely riding the fence on that one. So they did have some of the basis. It's come out that they did have some of the basis for the mRNA formulations, but they in the preliminary testing was too dangerous and they dropped it, and then they reintroduced it, because of COVID, and it had a lot of problems safety wise. Even the regulation, the paperwork, the data, everything was just trash. I mean,
Well, and so they say that, well, they didn't do the clinical trials. Well, they did. When they rolled it out, that was the phase 3 clinical trials when everybody started getting it, because they
yeah,
didn't have a big enough uh, sample for their control group and their test group. They didn't have enough people, so they needed a bigger test group. So they're like, why don't we just give it to everybody and see what happens? And
yeah,
and then they flubbed up all of the clinical trials that they did do, and so of course it was all muddied water. They,
yeah.
God, it was just
And
so it was so ridiculous. And the people in the medical field that I work with, they're like, oh yeah, this is fine. They had a study of 40,000 people. Oh yeah, that study of 40,000 people, by the way, once they got their statistically significant 51%, they went ahead and injected everybody with the COVID shot. So they completely nullified every single piece of data they got out of that test, that Pfizer test, because now you have no control group. You have no group in your study group that didn't get the COVID shot. You can't study long-term effects now because you don't have anything to compare it to.
you're right. Right. The doctors and scientists that I saw were saying within 2 years, we are going to see super cancers and all over the body. And I am now seeing, that was a couple of years ago. And I have friends and everybody I know has got some kind of cancer from something. And then the other one was, did y'all hear about the IP6 gene deletion stuff where where it kind of turns them into a zombie?
Yeah.
Vaguely remember
Okay.
that one.
And then have you ever seen in Amazon's terms of service agreement where it literally talks about something about propensity, something about people that become reanimated after death and have a propensity to bite or something to that effect? And you're like, what is
Yeah.
this doing in their terms? They know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing.
I'm glad you brought up the cancer thing, because interestingly enough, and people are like, well, cancers are on the rise. It's like, to be completely fair and clear, cancer was already on the rise before COVID. And it was to the point where they actually changed the recommendation. I think it was in 2018. They changed the recommendation for colon cancer screening, that because before it was anybody 50 and older. They are now, since I think 2018, they have started recommending people ages 40 and older get their colon cancer screening, because it's starting to affect people in their 40s and even in their 30s. You remember Chadwick Boseman from the Marvel movies? That guy, he was the Black Panther. He died of colon cancer. All of his money, and he couldn't save himself with his money from colon cancer. And he was, I think, 36 when he died with colon cancer. So it is affecting more and more people. But here's the other thing too that people fail to realize, and I always try to shout it from the rooftops at every possible chance that I get. The flu shots that they give every single year to millions and millions of people have never been tested for carcinogenicity. Never. You can read the package inserts of every single flu shot they have on the market. You can find the package inserts, and it specifically states has never been tested for carcinogenicity. So I think that is definitely a contributing factor. I mean, just based on the fact that we have rising cancer rates, and that's never been tested, so you can't say that it's not a contributing factor. So
Well,
there's that too.
I've got that if you're gay, you're more than likely to get colon cancer. So there's that. And
probably because of the increased risky behavior.
Yes. And exposure to HIV and God knows whatever else.
Yeah.
Unfortunate truths. That's what we have here at WTF. You know. So it wouldn't surprise me if the wrong hole action is causing an increase in colon cancer. I'm just saying. Sodom and Gomorrah, here we come.
He's just got words, people. He's just got words.
Got words, folks.
Hey, have y'all ever looked into
words, people?
Yes.
Have you ever looked into the correlation between parasites and homosexuality? Have y'all ever talked about that?
Big time. Are you kidding me? I invented that damn near.
Here it is.
It's
Rob
there, man.
is
It's there. They're demons. They're demons.
Rob is the
They're little
community
demons.
expert on that.
Yes. Little butt
No.
demons.
We call it butt
Little
worms.
butt demons.
You got something up your butt. And that is true. It's probably a parasite. He's making you do evil stuff. So.
Yep, they control their host. They do.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
They
Control what you
absolutely
eat,
do.
what you crave, your sexuality, all kinds of things. People don't want to believe it.
No,
I
they
think
don't.
that-
But that gives a whole new meaning to I'm hearing voices. Well, yeah, they're literally in there.
And they're talking out my butt.
Well, you know, I am a firm. I firmly believe that the hospitalization that my husband went through back in August and September, I truly believe that was a spiritual attack. Just simply given the fact that what he went through should never have happened to someone his age. He had it was called Fournier's gangrene, and it's typically, you know what I'm talking about, Rob? You know what that is?
I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
MRSA,
It's pretty
gangrene.
yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
they're
Well,
all coming back too.
It usually attacks the male reproductive system, vast majority of the time, but his was in his lower abdomen on the inside of his abdominal cavity. But it was down. Yeah. And that's the question that I asked.
Okay, so that
I asked
type
the
of
doctor,
gangrene,
and yeah,
we got sued for at the company I work for. A guy actually got that and had to chop it off.
Yeah, it can cause the amputation of the testicles. It can, or worse.
Or everything.
If it's
Yeah,
not
this guy
treated.
had to have
And, you know,
everything removed.
Yeah, I looked up the statistics on it, and it said that it has a 20 to 40% death rate when death rate, and I was looking into it, like looking up all the symptoms and everything, and he had all the classic symptoms of it. And what my theory is, the reason that it has such a high death rate is because the symptoms are almost identical to the flu, except because a lot of times you don't even have the abscess externally, it's internally, it's inside your body. And so you have symptoms that are virtually identical to the flu. And so these people that don't get it treated in time just think they have the flu. And so they're trying to treat it home, or then by the time they get to the doctor, they're on death's door and they end up dying from sepsis because they didn't get treated in time. And his was an abscess formed on the inside of his abdominal cavity. And the doctors to this day cannot say why he formed that cyst, where he formed it. It was right behind his bladder and on his left hip, or inside, close to his
Has
left
he ever
hip.
been
inside the abdomen.
catheterized? Had he ever been catheterized before?
Well,
Okay,
he had once before when he had an ER visit. He had once before, but that was in 2017. But no, it was never a regular occurrence for him. It was just a one-time thing that I'm aware of. And but he had this, he had multiple, that was the thing, he had multiple abscesses, and one of them burst. and and I think that's really when his symptoms kicked off, because then he started getting really bad sick, and he started having symptoms on Monday, and then by Thursday he could barely even walk. He looked like death warmed over. He could barely walk at all. He was in so much pain. And when the abscess burst, the stuff that was inside of it started basically rotting and causing necrosis of the tissue death inside his abdominal cavity, and that again causes pain and fever and all kinds of stuff. And it can cause sepsis, which is an infection in the blood, which is what he had. And his vital signs were all over the place. And but yeah, I think about it all the time, and I'm like, that the only reason he lived was because God willed it. And it's a wonder that he didn't die. If he had waited another, because he was going to wait the weekend and see if he felt better. And if he had waited the weekend, he wouldn't have made it. He probably would have died. And I made him go to the ER, and he was too tired and weak and in so much pain, he didn't want to fight me on it. So we ended up going. And when that nurse practitioner walked in the room and said he had Fournier's gangrene, it was all I could do not to just lose my mind, because I know what that is. In 15 years of being a nurse, I have seen exactly 3 cases of it, and his was the third. And
Wow.
so I knew it was going to be a long road, because I knew only surgery would fix that. There was nothing physically anybody can do to fix that. You can't get out of Fournier's gangrene without surgery. That's just, if you don't get it, you're going to die.
I
And
know one
so,
person that had it here, and what he was doing is he was hiding a heroin addiction. So he was injecting down there, and then he got it. And or he was also involved in risky behavior on top of it, other than just heroin. So yeah, he had to walk around with a tube jammed up there to drain it for like a year, because it kept reforming. I mean, it's hard to get rid of.
It is.
So,
and luckily, they did the surgery, and it was probably 3 months of recovery after. Well, it was the week of his birthday that he got initially sick, and then he spent the week in the hospital, and then he got home for about a week and a half, and then we went back to the follow-up, and they took, I think it was 2 weeks, and they left a drain in, and so they took the drain out.
There you go.
And then he was doing okay, and then like one day, like a week later, just out of the blue, he spiked 103-degree fever, just out of the blue, just sitting there watching TV. He's pouring sweat, and he looks like death warmed over again. And I'm like, we got to go back to the ER. And they did another CT scan and said that he had 3 more abscesses in his abdominal cavity. And I'm like, where the hell are they coming from? It's like, I thought we got rid of them. And so
is it something he could have eaten? I mean, it's crazy. Was it adjacent to any of his intestines or anything?
The only thing, well, it was because he was complaining of hip pain. His left hip was bothering him really, really bad, and it was really hard to walk.
It was probably pushing on a nerve.
One of the cysts was right near his hip and putting pressure on his hip, but the other 2 were like right around his bladder. And so we thought maybe there was a fistula, which is an opening between the colon and the abdominal cavity.
Yes.
And it was leaking bowel contents into his abdominal cavity, causing a cyst. And when they did the CT scan, they couldn't find a fistula anywhere. They couldn't find an opening. They couldn't find a gap. They couldn't find a pinch, anything, nothing that they could determine was causing this cyst to show up. So then I got to thinking about it, and I can't prove this, but again, this is another theory. But he does drink beer quite a bit. He drinks daily, but he has recently controlled how much he has been drinking. But he was drinking a beer that was sold in one of those shatterproof bottles, and I think it was about 2 months prior to all of this, he came across an article that said that they were no longer going to be selling that particular beer in those shatterproof bottles, because they found that when that beer sat in those bottles for an extended period of time without being sold or consumed, the plastic lining of those bottles starts breaking down into microplastics. And so microplastics is the only theory that I have that makes any kind of sense as to why he developed what he did when he did. But it's just very strange to me that it hasn't happened since. It didn't happen before. And I got nothing, you know? I mean, I'm like, I'm just as lost as anybody as to why this happened the way that it did, and it hasn't come back. And he ended up going back to work, and he ended up having to go to Oklahoma for several weeks. It was at the end of, like, in December, which is weird because they don't normally work that late because he's a heavy equipment operator maintainer, and they shut down in November because of the weather. It's usually pretty
Yeah.
nasty weather in November and December. You can't get anything done. And they happened to be going in December to Oklahoma, which is right across the border of North Texas, was where they were working. And he was having some issues, and he was telling me about them over the phone. And I'm like, unless I actually see it, unless I examine you, I can't really say what's going on. And he calls me or he texts me one morning. I woke up and I got a text message. He said he'd gone to the ER. And I'm like, oh shit. I was like, well, if they got to transfer you, tell them to send you back down to Houston because Oklahoma doesn't know how to handle what you got. And they ended up not admitting him. They went ahead and discharged him home. And they did another CT scan at that ER and said they didn't see any abscesses in his abdomen. They were completely gone. There were none. And we hadn't had a repeat CT since his surgery at that point to see if there was, because he was on antibiotics they wanted him on it for 3 months of Augmentin. And they actually increased the dose to 3 times a day. And the infectious disease doctor in Houston wanted to repeat the CT scan, I think a month after he had been on the antibiotics, to see if the cysts had gone away. And we never got around to doing it because he needed to go back to work.
Yeah.
And so when he went to the ER, they did a CT scan, and I actually managed to get a copy of the CT scan, the report, and they never once mentioned anything in his abdominal cavity, and they would have seen it if there had been something there. So they were, by that point in December, they were completely gone. And he was only having issues related to the surgical site, which I am very, very much put out by the surgeons because they just pretty much brushed us off. After that second follow-up visit, they didn't give a shit. They didn't care. They never returned my phone calls when I called them back.
It's because he has an anomalous situation. So when I had the cysts in my thyroid and they disappeared, they treated me like a leper. They didn't want anything to do with me. My doctor said, you need to get another doctor. Yeah.
They couldn't get any more money out of you.
Well, yeah. And they couldn't force me into chemo. They wanted to force me into chemo. And I said, well, this is radiation based. This is from depleted uranium. Yeah. So if you put me in chemo, it's going to trigger it. So I can't go into chemo. And they said, you don't know what you're talking about, et cetera, et cetera. And then they sent the police to try and force me. They signed off on the document, got a warrant, sent the police. It was a big dust up. I thought, well, this is the end. I guess I'm going down. I mean, it was that bad. Indiana still can do that. Yeah. They can just say mental and sign off on it, and they go pick you up.
Yeah, there were a few times where he had gotten down about what was going on with him, and naturally so. I mean, it's expected to have some kind of anxiety and depression about your health when you're in the hospital in such dire straits. And he had mentioned that he wished that I had never pushed him to go to the ER and that I should have just let him die. And I'm like, I can't do that. That's no. I was like, you owe me too much money.
That too. This is a miracle. What the hell?
But and I told him, I was like, this is if this doesn't wake you up to the fact that there is a God, and that I was like, because you could have died. You absolutely could have died. And the fact that you didn't tells me that you've still got work left to do on this earth, and that God couldn't let that happen. And so, but he ended up getting a ride in a helicopter that first time we went to the ER, and it's crazy. I was like, I don't even want to look at the bill when it comes in. I was like, I don't even want to know. And the bill finally came in about 2 months later. Do you know how much the helicopter ride was for a 118-mile trip to Houston?
20 grand.
$85,000
It's 85 now? Good
for a
Lord.
one-way 118-mile trip.
Wow.
Half of it, well, say 40,000 of that was for the use of the helicopter, and
Okay.
the other half of that was for the use of the equipment and the medical personnel that had to, and the helicopter pilot. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't even, Lord's gonna have to deal with that one. I don't even know where to begin dealing with that
So-
one, but hey, I do not have $85,000 to pay these.
Put
I was
it
like,
on a
"Lord,
credit
I'm
card."
not getting paid.
Did Jesus win the lottery? He needs to lend you some. God.
I was like, looks like someone's not getting paid.
Yeah. Hello, kids.
You can
So-
take a turd in one hand and wish in the other, and we'll see which one fills up first.
Ugh.
So Fido, he didn't eat a gecko or anything before that happened, right?
No, right?
What? A gecko?
Oh, okay, there's
don't
Stella
get that
probably already knew this story. In Australia,
Yeah, no, it's time to dump on the Aussie, isn't it? Yeah, I know.
Are we gonna play,
Mate,
you want to play the
mate.
gecko thing?
eat a gecko, mate. Come on, mate.
She'll be right,
You
mate.
can do it. She'll be right.
No whackers.
So a guy
Jeez.
in Australia ate a gecko and rotted from the inside, as the article puts it, and died in agony 10 days later, apparently. Yeah. So
What kind of gecko did he eat?
a bad one.
Very
It was-
dangerous one.
yeah. Do not
Dirty
eat
one.
stuffy.
Nasty.
No.
Do not eat the
Something
geckos. Do not
Yeah.
eat the
Yeah.
geckos.
There's a lot of different kinds of geckos around here too. So they're everywhere out the back. Do you get geckos over there?
Yeah, we got some.
Yeah. Okay.
We get
cool.
the white
They're-
ones, the
Don't eat them.
albinos.
Yeah, we got the ones with the translucent skin. You can actually see their organs and stuff. They got little
That's awesome.
speckles on them. They're cute.
Yeah, they
I
are.
don't
They're
have
cute.
it. I had one. He was about, I think he was maybe half an inch long. I mean, he was itty bitty, teeny tiny little baby.
They're
And
very cute.
I haven't seen him in a long time. I don't know.
Well, I've
But we
seen
do
quite a
get 'em.
few geckos eating little skinks. You know that you got the little skinks, the ones that drop their tail when they freak out. That's
we got
another
blue
entity in itself.
We got blue ones. They have blue tails, or salamanders with blue tails.
Right.
Oh yeah, those are so pretty. Yeah.
They are pretty.
Yep.
They're very pretty.
I used to have a bunch of
didn't-
those.
I didn't realize geckos screamed like they do. I remember the first time I heard a screaming gecko.
Ours
Ever heard one
don't.
scream?
Yes.
Mine doesn't do that.
well,
They kind of
my
bark.
sister had a fat tail gecko, which is the one they usually keep as pets, and they live
Yep.
a really long time, like 15, 16 years.
Mhm.
And she had just had a baby, and she was worried that she wouldn't have time to spend with him and take care of him. And she asked me if I would take him. I'm like, I know somebody who might take him. And my brother-in-law ended up taking him in. But when I was visiting my sister, I took him out of his cage. She's like, he hasn't been out of his cage in a long time. I was like, well, I'll just carry him around with me, and I'll put some pictures in the chat so you can see him. He's a cutie. His name is Sebastian, and I was letting him crawl up and down my arms and around the back of my neck and everything. And he was like a little freaking ice cube when he got
Yeah.
next to my skin, and he was sitting right on my shoulder, and all of a sudden I heard this really high pitched squeal, and I'm like, what the heck is that sound? I'm like, do you hear that? She goes, what? I was like, you don't hear that sound? She goes, no, what is it? I was like, it's a really high pitched squeal. She goes, I think it's Sebastian. And I'm like, looking at him, and he's just like, I mean, his mouth wasn't open, but he was making this really high pitched squeal. And I'm like, geckos make a high pitched squeal. So I looked it up online, and apparently when they're stressed out or scared, they're going to start squealing.
Yeah.
So I was like,
It look,
maybe it's time to put you back in your cage.
that's a sure sign. It's the cutest scream of terror you've ever heard.
It is. It's adorable.
Maybe that's where they get the squeak toy squeal from. You know, all the dog toys squeak. That and mice.
Could be.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I brought my dog to my mom's place, and she has a cat. And the cat has one of those little toys, and when it moves or you bite it or whatever, it squeaks. It's a little mouse. And the cat's all sad. We can't figure out what's wrong with the cat. And we look over, and we're like, oh, I must have lost this toy, you know. We look under the bed, and my dog's sitting there with it. Like, no, don't take it from me. I'm not coming out. I'm like, come on out, bring the toy. No. She's just like kind of like acting like she's going to nip at you, because she doesn't want you to take it. I had to drag her out from underneath the couch. So,
Well,
my dogs identify as cats, apparently.
Just while we're on the subject of pets toys, I'd like to take this opportunity to say, please don't buy pets toys that are like, plastic covered in paint from China and stuff. They're really, really bad. Okay. Like, don't just go to Audi and buy those. Yeah. All sorts of things. Lots of things. Usually got little tiny bells and things in them as well, which is just illogical, but they've somehow managed to get past the safe and effective rules. And the other thing is, don't buy your cheap dog food or cat food from the supermarket either. It's absolute crap. Just ruins their renal system.
Even
And
the
to be
good
completely
dog food
honest-
is bad now.
completely
And
honest,
vaccinations are also unnecessary every year too, by the way.
there is never a reason to buy a cat toy. All you got to do is get a stick and a piece of string
Yep.
and tie another little tiny stick on the end of it and bounce it around.
Yeah, or even
If
a
you
piece of
spend
paper.
$20 on one of those little feather toys, yeah, you're wasting your money. Just go
Yeah.
get you a stick and some string. I promise you, they won't know the difference.
And also,
You know-
don't buy feather things, because they come from feather farms. And if you want to look up feather farms, you'll be rather horrified, unless they happen to be specifically sourced from, like local chicken places or something. But most of them come from Asia, and some of them are quite exotic birds. And so, buying a packet of those lovely feathers from the craft shop for all your, little hobbies, you're actually really, you're propping up a very cruel industry. So, it's just stuff that people don't think about, whatever. I just need to say it.
Stella, you were talking about the dog food being like poor quality dog food being super bad, but I bet the goy slop, the stuff that humans are eating, is probably worse than even the worst dog food.
Yeah, even dogs don't eat bugs.
Yeah, I've seen dogs turn down human food.
Oh yeah, they won't eat McDonald's, most of them, or anything.
Mine will
Mine
only
will-
eat the
So I've
patty.
heard.
Only the patty.
Oh,
Right.
and
Mine
the
will eat it.
microplastics that are in just in everything. Fido was talking about that a little bit ago. It's in all the cans. So
Yeah.
it might not be in the glass stuff, but it's except for I guess the one that JP was drinking, but the plastic is in all the cans. I've seen people dissolve them. You can if you're already on YouTube, you can look up like dissolving a can, and it's like, yeah, there's plastic on the plastic. I even just filled up my water with a jug of water that's plastic. The plastic's everywhere.
Yeah. I actually bought some very fine little spatula-y things to, when you're getting the last bit out of a can, you really shouldn't, don't get a knife and scrape it out, because you've got this plastic coating on the inside and it's really bad. So you're just putting all this stuff in, even if, you could buy all these nice organic chickpeas, but then you scrape out the plastic that goes with them. So it's just about being aware, because we have to look after ourselves now. We can't rely on these, the FDAs of the world or the TGAs here in Australia to look after us, because they're not. They're actually trying to kill us. So yeah, we've got to be really aware of all this stuff, educate ourselves bigly,
Well, it's like I said in chat earlier. I was like, I was talking to my dad about what's going on down at the border, and then he took his defeatist attitude, and he was kind of like, well, there's really nothing we can do about it. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, I understand that. They're going to do whatever they want to do, regardless whether they have our consent or not. I mean, they give us that choice to give consent. It's just an illusion. They're going to do it anyway. But the point is not, it's not to fuel that defeatism attitude. It's to show you these people have never cared about any of us. They don't care. And that's been the point the whole time. It is up to us, and to do our due diligence, and to do what we can to be not as reliant on the system that they're perpetrating on us. And the only reason that system is as big and as successful as it is because we'd allowed it. And if we're going to survive outside of it, we've got to do the work. It's not going to just come to us. And so it's just driving home the point that you can't trust them, that they don't have any of our best interests at heart. They're just doing whatever they can to pad their own pockets and shore up their own stuff
Well, it's
and make sure
power,
their
isn't it?
stuff
It's not even money anymore. I mean, they've got so
yeah,
much
it's
and they
not
just
even
make it
it's not
anyway.
it's
It's just this,
yep.
that's a nothingness, really.
Anybody who thinks this is about money is completely deluding themselves.
Yeah.
It's
It's
not about
evil.
money.
It's ceremony.
It's about power and
Yeah.
control. That's
Power
all
and
it's ever
control,
been
and
about.
that's even the second level, because the first level is it's spiritual, isn't it? So I mean, it's
Yes.
all about the
What's
big
that saying?
the big battle.
What's that say? The best slave is the one who thinks he's free, because
Yeah.
then he'll do whatever you tell him to do because he
Yeah.
thinks he's got a choice in the matter.
Yeah.
Right. There's
read the
entire
14th
groups
Amendment.
like, go ahead.
Oh, you read the 14th Amendment and it frees the slaves that were slaves at that time, but it does not make slavery illegal. It says that if you're convicted of a crime, or if basically the federal government sees fit, they could make you a slave and it's perfectly legal. And that's kind of what they did to us.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. There's on Telegram, I don't know if you guys get on Telegram, but there's entire groups that are dedicated to the alternate methods of not using the system for all kinds of things, for trade, for energy, for they just have, I don't know, I saw about 8 to 10 different type groups like that. I think it's called Our World Order or something like that. And so eventually, just like me and Stella were saying earlier, I think that's what we'll all end up going to. They can have their little system and keep it with their parasites and everything else and their crickets and all their crap that they want. They can have it all.
Demons.
Yeah, their snakes and their geckos. Yeah, they can have it.
Well, that's the only way, isn't it? I mean, we either go with the system or we don't. And if we don't, then we have to have a system. So that's
right.
Fairly simple, isn't it? Really, we just need to start building our own independent things, looking after our own backyard, and ideally connecting with people around us that are like-minded. It's a little bit harder in Australia. There's less population. Things are a bit more spread out. Less awake people in small areas. So it's difficult to find the people to start with. It's like when you hear somebody say something where you prick up your ears and go, "Oh, is that an awake person?" And you kind of, inch your way over and start eavesdropping on what they're saying, and then
Start
you
being
might
a weirdo and chasing them down.
bump into them in the aisle, of the
like,
supermarket.
No!
Oh, sorry.
Stop chasing me.
So it's like sort of finding a little treasure here and there. It's like, oh, are you a? Yeah, are you? Yep. Use cash.
So.
Oh, thank God, I'm not the only one.
Yeah, that too.
And then there goes 8 hours.
Like, only what? Get away from me. You're going to out me. They're going to start hissing. So, hey, I wanted to play a little excerpt from Strange Planet about the Nephilim and the giants here real quick. So I'm going to hit that here and let's give it a listen real quick. Here we go.
Scriptural annotation for the crimes of the angels before the flood and then after the flood.
So just to clarify, the antediluvian giants or the fallen angels responsible for the Nephilim, were they cherubim, seraphim? Do we know?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we do know is there's a couple different kinds, as we mentioned, both before and after the flood, and that the watchers that were doing most of the sexual violations were likely the seraphim, which are serpent-faced, six-winged dragon angels and creator gods. And so that's why you have pantheons around the world dominated by the seraphim look in terms of the serpentine or dragon look. And the early depictions of giants after the first, beginning right after the flood and before the flood, they were described as serpents. So when seraphim take a physical form, which they can, as noted in the Sodom story, we know angels can take a physical form, and also Hebrews 13, where you're told to be kind to strangers lest you run across an angel. And there's other passages, but just to give the listeners out there an understanding that they have the ability to take a physical form in an oiketerion, as it's called, and I explain that term in book 2 in terms of how that works as a dwelling place for the spirit, that that these fallen angels have the ability to not only do this, but to pass on the DNA that is in that body that they create and attributes through that DNA that provides the extra gifts. So size, healing powers, whatever else would be part of it. And a lot of people look at a hive mind or telepathic capability as a key part of that as well. And
so with that in mind, with the COVID event and the AI following shortly thereafter, are they trying to mimic the hive mind of the seraphim?
Oh.
That's my question.
Well, it does say in the Bible that the end times will be just like the days of Noah. And in the
everything
days of
shall
Noah,
be known.
they were mixing things up. And yeah, in the last 100 and something years, the amount of knowledge that's amassed, I mean, since the printing press to now has been, it's been a lot. So everything got really fast. But yeah, just like the days of Noah, they were mixing things. I think the days of Noah were probably high technology, just like now, which I mean seems weird to us because, you know, but I think things have been reset multiple times.
Well, I think the hive mind is pretty much the internet, isn't it? The web, the World Wide Web. Are we not looking through our black mirrors into the hive mind?
But we don't have it in our brain yet. That's the next step, though. They're pushing for.
Because it's our attention, our focus.
Well, enter Elon Musk. He will put it in your head.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a distraction. I think it's going to be done differently. Anyway, Laura?
Oh, I was just saying, he will put it in your head if you let him. You have to agree before you can submit.
Although who knows when they're going to tell the medical industry that they're going to be able to just sign off on somebody as mentally ill, ship them off. They're going to fix them with a Neuralink. That's the next step. I have a bad feeling.
Well, if you think about the way society has been degenerating over the previous 50, 60 years, morality is becoming more and more hazy, and calling people out on immoral behavior is now seen as a personal attack instead of the common sense that it actually is. You're seeing these people that are they're under demonic influence, spiritual influence, having these behaviors that are seen as outside of norm, and they're seeking help to curb these behaviors without having to do the work of, you know, the personal inward shadow work of, you know, coming to the realization that they are affecting a lot of their own illness. And so you have these people who are progressively becoming more and more, quote unquote, mentally ill. So it really isn't that far of a stretch to say that they really don't need a reason outside of like terrorism or anything. You have this like social contagion type mental illness going on that they can like, oh, well, like they did with that lady last week. She said she was suicidal. She said, well, I never said that I was suicidal. I just said I was depressed. I needed a refill on my meds. They can, whatever they put in the paperwork is what's going to get recorded as the truth, whether it is or not. That false documentation, they can insinuate that maybe you had a suicidal plan, and you know that's the key to putting people away. And you know, if you don't have somebody who's advocating for you, which a lot of people don't, they don't know that that's a thing, they don't know that that's an option available to them. You know, if you have nobody advocating for you and looking out for your best interests, they're just going to do whatever they want to you, and they can make you sound as crazy as they need you to sound. It doesn't actually have to be that you're crazy.
They don't require proof.
Right. They require is at least 2 staff members saying, "Yep, that's what I understood her to say," and they can do whatever they want.
And they'll go along to get along. They don't want to lose their job
because they don't want to lose their job. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
And that's what COVID was. The same thing. And we're just seeing more of that now.
Yes. And we are now reaching a stage. Maybe that's a good segue into the New Zealand article, Ando. Unless somebody else wanted to. Did you want to say anything further, Rob, there? Or?
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted to do that or this. Oh, is that the one you sent me already?
Oh, the emoji
Still?
thing? That's sort of that moment has come and gone,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, I didn't know if you
We
wanted
could put
to
it in the
skim over that. It's short. So I
Well-
think, what is it, 5 minutes?
maybe later or something. We could put that in the show notes as well. But
Okay.
I just thought, since we're on the sort of subject of this, can we bring up that article at all?
The
Ando,
gecko
please?
one?
No, not the gecko. Lose the
Oh.
gecko.
Oh.
The New Zealand.
Up to y'all, whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah, the one that I put into the Telegram chat thing, whatever it's called.
Oh, okay.
Hey, while
So,
y'all
anyway.
are looking that up, I have a question.
Yeah.
When y'all were talking about that hive mind thing, I was just thinking, would that be what was dispatched, like hardware was dispatched through the shot because it's self-assembling? Is that what that would be?
It could be part of it. Yes. But we don't know for sure.
Okay. I was wondering if y'all knew anything on that.
There's also graphene in that they found. And they say 1 minute they didn't put it in there. Then they said it was in there accidentally. And then it was a big mess. But they've made a lot of breakthroughs concerning the use of graphene for neurological interfaces. So there was an article I put up in, I think it was WTF about that. Or no, I put it up in the Black Labs because I didn't know if we'd go over that today.
Yeah, the Rockefeller Institute, I think they're called, or university, or whatever. They've been working on that stuff for a number of years.
Yeah.
So says something, doesn't it, Rockefeller?
So it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, I
to
saw
hive
that.
mind.
I saw that self-assembling thing. That's a bit of a worry, and a lot of people do sort of correlate it with 5G, all that kind of business of being assembled using external frequencies, etc. But it's such a rabbit hole, isn't it? And with so much disinformation around, it's pretty impossible to come to any kind of conclusion.
Even the research behind it is not conclusive. It actually contradicts itself. You can actually see these contradictions sometimes concerning graphene and terahertz technology in the same research document. I mean, it's almost like they're intentionally muddying the water.
I was just exactly going to say that. Sure. There's been some times when I've wondered about things like, is the PSYOP like way bigger than we even give this credit for? Like, is it about telling us that things like 5G, etc., are harmful to us and creating all these tests, and yet it's not really? It's just the fact that we think that it is enough. The perception. Because it's all about perception, isn't it?
And fear.
About. Exactly.
People will completely change everything in their life because of fear. Fear is a huge factor.
As we have seen clearly in the last few years. If it wasn't already evident, it sure is now. But yes, so I don't know. It's just, I'm not saying that these things aren't real or whatever. I'm just entertaining the possibility of. Simple as that.
Well, I think you're onto something, Stella, because I remember them saying when they were talking about the IP6 gene deletion, they're going to use the 5G or release a specific frequency which releases the payload in the people that got that lot number or that type of shot. And that payload that's released within them is what turns them into that. It releases that IP6 gene deletion gene and causes them to go zombie. So, yeah, that's it. That's why I was asking if that's the hardware and they use the frequencies from the 5G to release. It has to be released as specific frequency. That's the delivery system.
Yes.
Well, they already have the hardware system installed.
Sorry.
Oh, you're
I'm on a little bit of a delay here, I think. They have spoken about the Internet of Bodies for a number of years, and a lot of people still have not heard about that. They've heard about the Internet of Things, like your fridge tells you when you're low on milk or whatever, orders something, I don't know, your smart TVs and all those appliances. But then the next level is Internet of Bodies, and that is Well, exactly what it says, the Internet of Bodies, and that they're even working on technology I did read about, supposedly, of like things where basically it'll become a thing where, you're a smart person and you walk into a room and the light comes on because it detects you are in the room and all sorts of things like that. It's not movement detectors. It's a different, I can't remember the name of the technology
like an
now,
but basically. I've looked into that technology. In the ESP32s that I program, they have a lot of the same technology. So you can actually set it up so that it sends out a signal, and then there's another receiver looking for a particular signal.
Yes.
And you mate them together, and then when the signal strength is a certain amount, it'll automatically turn on a light, open a door, whatever. But it won't do it for anyone else.
Yeah, right. So it's not like,
Personalized.
we have to have the whole fingerprint thing, that's really archaic too. Even the iris scan, even though they're sending around the what do they call it? The blob, something, that silver ball, that's scanning everyone's eyes.
Oh, yeah. No, they call it the Warlock, I think, didn't they?
The orb. I think it's called the orb.
Or the orb or the Warlock. I forget what they called it.
It's World Coin's orb.
It's the orb.
That's it. Yeah.
The World Coin orb.
Okay.
That's it. The World Coin orb.
Yeah.
And paying, people $50 to do it in some places, etc. It's all like there's always a carrot. When there's ever carrots there, like just go hungry.
Well, that's the whore system. That's the Whore of Babylon system. That's what we live in, and so we need to understand how to live in this system and not whore ourselves.
Right.
Yeah.
They weren't.
So
Babylon.
We've got your article up here, Stella. The vaccinators in New Zealand.
This is just more of a sort of a level of where we seem to be approaching, I guess. It is just the one article that I've found. But so in New Zealand, just to put it in a nutshell, people are starting to realise what's going on. They're waking up, I suppose, is the term. And the 12,000 vaccinators in New Zealand, in other words, I suppose that covers nurses, doctors, and possibly people at chemists, I guess. There's a firm or a company. It's the Medicare system called Tiwatu Ora, and the data has been breached, and all these vaccinators' names and details have been put online. So they're worried for their lives now because people are waking up and they think they're going to come for them. So that's sort of an interesting sort of step that we're at this point. It's kind of like we're reaching the revenge stage, perhaps. It will be interesting to see this play out because I still don't think there's enough people awake or acknowledging what's really happened for that to be a real problem, but there could be isolated incidents, of course. So
it will be a meaner and nastier future for you vaccinators.
So the nurses are, they're kind of they're realizing that they can't really look to the authorities or the government for protection because it's because of the breach that was allowed to happen that they are now no longer protected. So they're sort of coming to their own awakening as well, as sort of like, oh, we're on our own. So it's just an interesting stage to reach, I think.
I'll bet it's internal. Because you know what? You know what communists do? Do you know what they did when they built the pyramids, the temple, etc.? They kill all the workers.
Oh, wow.
Ceremony.
Right.
Oh.
Interesting.
Ritual. Blood ritual.
Yes.
That's what the Chinese emperors did when they had that one did. He had all of the people that worked on his temple underground, and the soldiers that was in his army buried with him, with his horses and everything.
Yeah.
Forget which one.
And they
it
even
was.
did it here. Remember, they used to take. So I had heard that buildings that were Freemason built buildings, which was most of them, that back in the old days, even here in the United States, if a worker died on the site, which almost always happened back then, that they would take one of their bones or something and bury it on the property. Have you ever heard of that?
No,
I have not.
Yeah.
No.
Pretty
That's
morbid.
actually a real thing. Yeah. So, and a cat too. They would oftentimes find a stray cat that was on the property while it was being built, and then take the cat and wall it up and let it die. Yeah, that's
funny how the cat plays into so many things, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it's left over from Freemasons, because cats and pyramids and Egyptians and all that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And 9 lives, it's an interesting number, isn't it?
James Evan Pilato always says that people that torture animals rarely stop there.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's pretty common. Yeah. But it's funny that cats are natural predators for snakes. Isn't that interesting?
Huh. Wow.
If you have a cat, like an outdoor cat around your house, you won't have a problem with snakes.
Yeah, well, remember we looked at that thing, that little clip a few weeks ago of the eyes, the cat's eyes, and how there's only 2 kinds of eyes that have that strange slitty appearance, and that's reptiles and cats. The rest all have round pupils. Remember that?
Oh, and the Egyptians used cats to ward off evil spirits.
Yeah, well, there's a cat god. I can't remember the name of it now, but that black cat that sits up very straight.
So here it is. It was believed that the cats had a 6th sense, and that putting a cat in the wall was a blood sacrifice, so the animal could use its psychic abilities to find and ward off unwanted spirits. And that's left over from the Egyptians, who used to bury cats with them.
And then Yabalon, that we talked about earlier, the head of a toad, the head of a cat, and the head of a man on a spider, right? Well, a toad and a lizard not too far apart, or a snake, I guess. Not really that far apart. I don't know. Maybe I'm stretching there.
Yeah, a little. What's the name of that thing again? Ando?
Yabalon, Jahbalon. Yeah.
Right.
Yabalon.
Never heard of it till today.
Babylon. Me neither.
It's B-U-L. Jahbulon.
B-U-L. Jabalon rhymes with Babylon. That's got to go in a song.
How about that? So it says here, I just worry that someone will come to my house and threaten me and my children, or worse. The email to the vaccinators said that their names were found on a document on the U.S. site on January 25th. What U.S. site? I don't know yet. It says the nurse worried people might track her down years later and wanted Tewatu Ora to guarantee it would support any nurses with safety help long term. They don't care about your safety.
No.
That's amusing. Please continue.
Yeah, they might get hunted down a few years later. That's if you survive the actual shot.
Well, of course they care about them. They let them keep their jobs after they got the shot, so obviously they care.
So lovingly care about them, making them get more vaccines. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we paid you to inject those people, so shut up.
Yeah. It was just my job. Okay.
And they have to sign their disclosure too.
Yeah.
Sign away their rights to do anything about it.
Wow. I mean, how can people not be suspicious? It's just beyond me. Hello.
By now, you got to be knowing what's going on here. Come on.
I will tell this story till the day that I die. The day that it really drove home for me that the COVID stuff, the mandates, the shots, all of it was absolute bullshit, was the day that I was escorted from a nursing home facility to my car by an unvaccinated staff member while unvaccinated visitors checked in because I was unvaccinated.
Wow.
I was asked to leave the facility. I was banned from the facility for about 6 months. I was not allowed to enter, not even as a guest. I was not allowed to enter because I was not vaccinated. And the person who escorted me from the premises was unvaccinated.
Yeah,
mine was
makes
when they
no
were telling
sense.
people you could go ahead and protest and beat people up on the streets and make white people get on their knees and, praise the black Jesus and all that other nonsense without masks.
Yeah.
It's like, we're not supposed to be gathering, but it's so important. We need to gather. What are you talking about? You shut down the whole damn world for this crap, and you're going to tell me that suddenly now you turn the COVID off, and it's not going to affect anybody who's out there with this nonsense?
It's just like a mild flu now, Rob.
Only
Mild
kidding.
flu.
It's just a mild flu.
Mild flu on the end of my foot.
I mean, never mind the fact that it was a weaponized flu to begin with.
Yes.
Well, no,
and
it cured the
get that
flu.
right. They couldn't even get that right.
It was a flu cure because with it.
Oh yeah, right. Because there was no flu at all.
That's right. The flu died.
Oh yeah,
it
flew away.
You can blow people's minds by letting them know that during that year that the flu was non-existent was that because they didn't test people for the flu. They were only testing for COVID. And I can tell you, I was dealing with nursing home admissions from hospitals where the patient was treated in the hospital and their admitting diagnosis was COVID-19 and even COVID pneumonia. And I started searching through those medical records when they would send them because I had to have them for the admission visits when we visited the patients at the nursing home. I was the one writing the admission visits, by the way. It was not the nurse practitioner. But I was scouring those medical records and the progress notes and the lab results looking for flu test results. And there might have been 1 out of 10 that got tested for flu. And everybody else they had strep throat tested. They had COVID tested, but there was no flu test on the vast majority of the nursing home patients that we got. The vast majority.
They said
I can attest to that.
They're running out of flu tests because they had just simply taken the influenza B test and relabeled it.
We forgot to order some more flu tests.
That was the excuse.
So we ran out.
Yes, that was the excuse.
Are you serious?
No, it's because they just simply relabeled them. They quit making the influenza B. And the influenza B didn't say influenza B. It said COVID. It was a COVID test, but it was an influenza test in real life. That's why they couldn't have any influenza come up. There was no way.
God,
they had just taken all tests and relabeled. Ugh.
There was so much free-floating BS in the middle of 21 and 22.
Yeah. Wasn't there ever?
Oh my God.
It's incredible to look back, isn't it? I tell you what, look, just before we move on, I remember the very moment that the penny really dropped. Like I knew about certain things from back in the 80s and through the 90s a little bit, but it must have been around about April maybe of 2020, May perhaps, where I realized like full on the extent of what was happening. And I remember me and my ex were sitting on the porch looking out over this beautiful bush that we had in the backyard, bushland. It was all just national park. And I was just sitting there like, it hit me when we were talking and I could literally feel the blood drain from my face. I must have gone white. And he commented on it. It's like, what's up? And it was like, I just went, I've just realized what the hell's going on. And I sort of was a little bit dumbfounded, but even though anything I said after that, he just thought I was crazy, but he's always going to remember that. He's always going to remember that one moment where there was definitely an impression without me saying anything, because he could tell the energy like just went bang, like it changed. And he pointed it out and it's like, whoa. So I sort of remember that. It was just, I don't know, it was sort of almost like when people say, where were you when 9/11 happened? Where were you when Princess Di died? It was like, where were you when you realized what was going on? It's like, whoa. I don't know if anyone else had a moment like that or if it was more of a gradual thing, but yeah.
I think I kind of suspected the whole time something was up, just simply because they were breathlessly reporting it on every station 24/7 without ceasing.
Right.
Aside from that, the other thing was, it was interesting because when I remember when they first announced that it was in New York, they were finding cases in New York, and then they found cases in California. That was when some of the nursing home, we were making our rounds, and the administrator was having staff meetings there was one at one particular facility. They were trying to come up with their contingency plans for what would happen when it did inevitably come to our area. And they were actually formulating a plan to where the staff would have, okay, so this particular facility had 4 halls that had patient rooms on it. 3 of the halls were in use. One of the halls they had completely emptied because their census had dropped. And so they only had 3 halls that were full of patients. And so they were talking about using that 4th hallway as rooms for staff members so they can live at the facility and not have to leave the facility. They were actually planning for that. And I'm like, good luck getting somebody to come live here and so they can work here and not have to leave. I mean, these people have family that they have to take care of. They have other obligations besides just working. And they actually were planning. There was a couple of facilities that were actually planning for stuff like that. And then they realized that the feasibility of it was just completely out of this world, and that there wasn't going to be, I mean, they were going to like, we're going to have to take volunteers. We can't require you to live in this building while we get through all of this. And thank God they didn't, because I cannot imagine having to live in a nursing home and be an employee there at the same time and not be able to leave. I just, that blows my mind. And that's when I realized just how terrified people had gotten about this whole thing. Has gotten blown out of proportion.
Yeah.
And it was that bad. And I mean, fear is it's a terrible burden to bear. And I don't think people realize just how heavy that burden is.
It's powerful, very powerful. It's a spirit.
It is, for sure. A very oppressive one, too.
Yeah, very impressive. Spirit, the demonic kingdom, because God says, I didn't give you that spirit, the spirit of fear. So it's not from him. But my moment, Stella, it wasn't really mine. I was against it from day one. I knew this was horrible, the whole thing. I refused to wear a mask in the store. My husband wouldn't even shop next to me. He would stand on the other side because I was the fish going against the current and mad about it. I was mad about it, but he did not quite grasp it until months later. And I remember him sitting there, he had drank him a few beers, and he goes, they're actually trying to kill us. And I go, yeah, they are. And he goes, I mean, they're trying to kill us. They're really trying to kill us. They're actually trying to kill. He said this over and over and over. And then he did it again 4 nights in a row. Every time he would sit down and drink beer, he'd start up again about they're trying to kill us. And I was finally on the 4th day, I was like, yes, welcome to the club. They're really trying to kill us, man.
Woohoo, you get it.
Yeah, finally. I mean, he could not digest it. He just could not digest it. But once you swallow the red pill, and you realize this is real, why are they trying to do this? And once you start asking the why questions, then there's no coming back. You're dead.
What has been seen cannot be unseen.
Absolutely.
Right.
Ignorance is bliss. It's so true.
There's a book that I bought. I never did read the whole thing, but it was called Vaccines. The biggest medical fraud in history. And what they show is that they go back and do the research on all of the vaccines that we needed as kids, that what they actually did was back in history, they took all the people that died from the vaccines and they charted that as just what they did with COVID, the exact same thing of all the vaccines that they gave us when we were little. And I don't know if y'all have ever seen the documentary Vaxxed, VAXXED, and Vaxxed 2. Yeah. You will absolutely be convinced that vaccines are what causes autism severe autism by the time you get done watching that. And there are so many cases, and they hide it. And vaccines are completely unnecessary. And lo and behold, it says in the Bible, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. So God already made us like super kick ass, and we just need to not mess with that, you know?
Yeah.
Dr. Corey did a article on his Substack where he talked about vaccines, and he was talking about the diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis vaccine in particular. And he was talking about how there is a very significant correlation between the DTaP vaccine and ear infections in kids. And I read that, and I was thinking back of all the times that I worked at the office at the clinic, and we were seeing patients coming in, and it was kid after kid after kid with recurrent ear infections, to the point where they had to have tubes put in their ears to help with the drainage. And every single one of those kids had their DTaP vaccines. And they were, every single one of them that had the severe reaction of those ear infections, they got their DTaP vaccines on schedule. And I just thought that was really fascinating, because I had never heard that before. That had never even came across my desk at all. And I got to thinking about it. I was like, yeah, that's absolutely true. And he was talking about, actually, I think he was talking about that incidentally, but he was talking about SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, and how there are clusters of SIDS cases that occur between around the age of 2 months, the age of 6 months, and the age of 9 months, when vaccines are typically given.
Wow.
And they're attributing it to the DTaP vaccine.
Yep, absolutely. There's a link.
And he said there was also one last point. He was also saying that when the lockdowns happened and there was a significantly decreased number of people going to the doctor and kids weren't getting their shots on time, there was a significant drop in the number of reported cases of SIDS, because they weren't getting their they weren't getting their vaccines on time.
It's just so telling if people want to pay attention. My mum's just finished, just very quickly, my mum's just finished reading Dissolving Illusions, Disease Vaccine and the Forgotten History by Dr. Suzanne Humphreys and Roman Bistrianic. Anyway, point being, it's just, definitely worth a read. I saw an interview with the authoress and Dr. McCullough, which was really interesting. But if you can read that book, it was written about 10 years ago. She actually has a couple of follow-ups with more information now, but that is definitely a recommended read if you want to know about that kind of information. Yep. Correlates, talks about goes back to polio and all, right back 1918, even before that, history, everything. So it's a good one.
Wow.
I'm expecting the censors to come after this episode now.
Well,
but
they're lost.
That's how this game is played. That's the system. Rob has one more clip you wanted to ask Laura about.
I actually can't play it. I don't know what's going on. It's acting weird. And I've got an echo. There you go. There it is. Now it's done.
Okay.
But one thing I wanted to talk about is, just in passing, we never really got much into the eclipse, did we? We didn't get too far into it.
No,
not really.
We didn't get too far into it. I can shoot a couple things out for a minute or two, but
and then we're gonna wrap
the things
up.
that they were pointing out was the first eclipse that went across in 2017 went over the name, a lot of towns named Salem, like Jerusalem. And then the one going across the other way is going over 8 out of 9 towns called Nineveh that we have in the United States. So the Nineveh correlation is you have a 40-day warning to clean it up, to repent, or you're getting smoked. Basically the same thing as the book of Jonah. So it's also going over a town called Jonah, Texas. But the significant thing is the Nineveh part. So, and these are just people's interpretations of, what can this mean? But God definitely said that he made the sun and the moon for signs and seasons. So they are for signs. And there is evidence that whenever Jonah went to Nineveh, they had just had an eclipse prior to him coming, and that the god that they worshiped was the fish god Dagon. And then this fish comes and spits a man up on the beach. Their god, they correlate that to their god spitting this man up on a beach with a message saying, y'all are getting smoked in 40 days if you don't clean it up. So that was two reasons why they listened to him, was because they were completely pagan, doing blood sacrifice rituals, the whole 9 yards, And two of the reasons that they listened to him was because a fish spit him up. And then the other thing was the eclipse that they had prior, and they knew eclipses were omens. So that's why they listened. Now, you fast forward to present day America, and they're all buying T-shirts so that they can watch it. So we're way more clueless than they are, because we don't even know that they're omens,
I don't understand why this one is so much more hyped than the rest. The not the most recent one in October, but the one that you talked about in 2016 or 17. 17. Those were pretty hyped, but this one is the most hyped I've ever seen them get about an eclipse, and that's weird to me.
It's going over a large landmass, and it's staying over that landmass for a very long time. Usually it'll only nick like a lower quarter or a third. This thing is going all the way from one ocean to the next, going right over the United States. So
yes, there hasn't been very many that have done that. I think there's only about 3 or something, wasn't it?
And it's the New Madrid fault. That's another thing that comes into play here. So they say that there's no evidence that an eclipse, a total eclipse, can basically cause issues with a fault, but it will cause issues with a tide. So if you change a tidal pull, I would say you're changing the pull on a fault too, especially too when the fault is right next to one of the major rivers in the United States, the Mississippi. But please continue to tell me that there's nothing to worry about at all. I'm not being alarmist, but
right. Well, I think also that they're kind of playing it up a little bit too, because negative energy begets negative energy. And if you have a whole bunch of people thinking about the possible negative outcomes of an event, that's a lot of negative energy and vibration generating that can cause something to manifest. And
true.
Also, they're playing up the fear too. Keep people afraid, keep people guessing and uncertain as to what's going to happen. And you can convince them of anything when they're afraid. And so I think it's kind of both. I think it's a combination of the two. I think maybe something might happen. I don't know, but worst comes to worst. If that's the day that God decides to take me home, then my problems are over. So,
true.
Bring it on.
And that's how I felt about COVID. Someone told me that they were like, "You're not going to get the COVID shot," and I'm like, "No. What if you get sick and die from it?" I'm like, "Well, then my problems are over." Praise the Lord. To be absent of the body, to be present with the Lord. It's like, so I'm out of here, man.
Nobody died of COVID hardly, though. They always died of the protocols.
I know, but I mean, that was
ridiculous.
the mentality. That was the mentality. What if you get sick and you die from COVID? So I'm gonna go see Jesus. That's what I want. So peace
what
out.
If you give it to your grandma? What the
But
hell
all
is
the
that even about?
All the medical books in 40 years will all talk about how much COVID killed so many people.
Yeah, it's gonna talk
exactly.
about that for sure. Yeah,
that's why a lot of things don't make sense at the moment, because they don't care about now. They're building history, they're creating history, so that when people look back, it will sort of kind of make sense, because people will be pretty screwed by then as well.
I wonder if they did that with polio, because because the only people I know that had polio were people that got it from taking their shots for it.
Well,
or got sprayed with DDT.
That and the thing is that they put people in iron lung and they destroy their ability to breathe.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
they
was
can't breathe
absolutely
without it after a
unnecessary.
while.
Oh, did you hear the
Completely
story about the guy that he
Yeah.
spent his whole life in an iron lung and he finally died? I think he was like
Yeah.
70
yeah,
In
83.
Texas,
83, I
think.
think he
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
What a life.
I know, right?
Poor guy.
Was there something else you wanted to say, Laura, about the eclipse? We keep venturing
No,
off.
well, just what Rob was. I was just thinking when Rob was talking about the New Madrid fault line, that is what they're saying is that the X is formed right on the New Madrid fault line. And they do have Navy maps that have been on the internet for years. And when that New Madrid fault line opens up, all the water in the Great Lakes comes down all the way to the Gulf and completely, I mean, the Navy maps that you see completely changes the whole coastline of Texas. Louisiana is essentially gone. There's just a teeny piece of it left. All of the states where the Mississippi River is, they lose a lot of land mass where it's widened, and there are a lot of company headquarters up in those areas that will wipe out everything. I mean, the infrastructure of everything, how we function, and the land will be divided literally east to west. We will be divided, not just symbolically. We will literally be divided if that happens.
Yeah, wow. Okay. And I'm just sort
Major
of
change.
thinking, yeah. I'm just being reminded of, I don't know if this is even true, but apparently there was a big long crack like in Africa recently. I mean, I saw a lot of footage and photos of it, but with AI deep fakes now, you just don't know what's real. But it was like the land mass just cracked in half, sort of thing. Anyone hear about that at all? Yeah.
Yes,
I
I think it went through a giant olive tree orchard.
Yes, that's right.
And
yeah, it did.
it was, I think, over in Turkey. Was it in Turkey? That big massive earthquake they had over there? And I mean, it was like what? It was huge. I've never seen a gash that big just
It was
from an
massive,
earthquake
wasn't it?
before. It was huge. It was huge. It was
Check out that
interesting-
huge gash.
And
and interesting that it's in an olive
down boy.
plantation.
But yeah, no, it looked like I mean, it was just the earth was ripped apart. It was crazy. I've never seen anything quite like it. I saw a drone footage. Somebody took a drone and flew a drone all up through that ravine that opened up, and it was you could see olive trees knocked over in the bottom of the ravine. It was crazy. Never seen anything like it.
Okay, so now I'm looking, so maybe there was one there, maybe it was a separate one again. I don't know. I've never thought to look at all the different cracks that have happened lately in the world. But it says here, shocking photos show Africa splitting apart, and, a whole bunch of information about it. Massive crack could split the continent in half. Large crack in East Africa rift is evidence of continent something or other. Probably drift. That's a load of garbage, I reckon. But anyway, yeah, it's just interesting. Tectonic
So here's the
shifts.
graphic, by the way. If you guys want to take a look.
Oh, yeah.
So
There's
that
the
shows
blood
the
moon.
X.
Mhm. Yeah, there's
Where-
the two X's.
Yeah, where's that? That's that looks like, is that Indiana?
It's crossing right over St. Louis, I think. Yeah.
Or isn't there a significant city that was right in the middle of it?
Little Egypt.
Okay.
Oh, you're kidding. Really?
Yes.
No.
No, really. I went to
Little
school
Egypt.
there. It's called Little Egypt.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Wow.
That's where Garden of the Gods were, where supposedly they found the 15-foot sarcophagus in a cave. And we went to go check it out. And somehow very well-armed agents popped out of nowhere, told us it's time to go. So,
Well,
Everyone
matter of
used to
fact,
try and do
the third eclipse that made the Aleph, Paleo Hebrew letter, the Aleph, the three X's that it formed were on the New Madrid fault line, The one down in Texas was the Balcones fault line, and the one up by Oregon, I think it's Cascadia. So they're all three on fault lines. That was another point that people were making. So it's the manifestation, the physical manifestation of a split nation.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is.
And if you look at the way it's split, that is kind of how we vote, is those 4 divisions.
So amazing how many times things physically manifest. I mean, it's spiritual.
Yeah,
And then
everything's
becomes into the
rooted
physical.
spiritually.
Yeah.
Everything. If you are not looking at the events that are rolling out before us from a biblical standpoint, at some point you're going to be lost. But if you're looking at it from a spiritual or a biblical standpoint, you will just see everything converging because it's all converging toward a spiritual ending. And so people that are just looking at one perspective or one aspect of it, they don't see what all is going on. They can't see it.
So this is really interesting. I'm just noticing, actually, this is like palindromic because there's a central, May 26, 2021 is the center point. And then there's a flip date, which is something that I don't know if you're familiar with archaics, Laura, but
no.
This guy he's got similar charts. I mean, a lot of Christians listen to him and just go, nah, no way. But then, like I did originally. But then, anyway, I won't go into all that. I don't want to push the guy too much. But just that's something that one aspect of his very in-depth research is about flip dates and palindromes and how you can look at the past and basically predict the future. Not 100%, but there's a fairly good chance that if things, work as they are or what have you, so I think basically there's a bit of room for possibly collective energy to change things, all that sort of thing. But, I'm talking more about the maths and the calendrical, the way that all works. It's very, very interesting. Just one aspect of his work.
It matters. I think it all matters. It's just digging down different rabbit holes until you have enough puzzle pieces to put putting things together, and then I really think the Lord helps us. He illumines it and puts it. It's like he organizes it in your brain, and you go, oh, and then you get the light bulb comes on, and you get it. Oh yeah, there's that picture, and the whole West Coast has changed also. On these Navy maps where the whole West Coast, lots of the states are just gone. The East Coast has changed too, but not to the extent that the West Coast is.
It looks like
I'll be underwater in that one.
Look at what comes out of the water, though, in the Atlantic.
That looks really familiar. That looks like the map that guy drew, who was part of the Manhattan Project, said he went forward in time.
Atlantis.
Oh, wow.
Comes back.
He was part of the Manhattan Project, says that when they initiated the project, he got him, I think, did somebody go with him or did he go by himself? But he was like thrust into the future, and he actually talked to people in the future and was getting information about where he was and what was going on. And they showed him a map of the United States, and it looked very, very similar to the water outlines on this map here. It looks very similar to this.
Wow.
And there was a big giant river running up through the middle of Louisiana. Like it took up the whole,
Philadelphia Project, maybe. Or Stargate.
Maybe. No, maybe not Manhattan Project. Philadelphia Project, maybe.
Yeah, I think that was it. So, there was also Project Stargate, too, that did something similar. And also John Teeter. If you believe in that story, he had similar maps. So,
if y'all don't remember, John Titor was a time traveler supposedly, and he was posting on the internet.
Okay.
I
think I did see him.
That was a big thing in maybe 2002.
Oh wow! Oh, sorry. I just looked at what's the arc? I mean, that's like. Is that the Ark of the Covenant?
No, there's a
No, that's-
replica of Noah's Ark in Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's what?
Yep.
Sorry?
In Kentucky, there's a replica of Noah's Ark. I've never seen it, but that's what that is.
Okay. I was thinking Ark as in ARC, and then I'm thinking, oh, is that the Ark of the Covenant?
It looks like
I
it's
don't
in
know.
Williamston.
My head went into strange
Kentucky.
places. Because there's two arcs joining. So
Right. That's right. And they're spelt the same. So yeah.
No, they're not. ARC is like the arc of a circle, I believe. Am I right?
Okay. I thought
Oh,
you
yeah.
meant the Ark of the Covenant. And
Well, yeah, I
Noah's
know. It was just a strange thought. When I saw the two arcs and then I saw the arc written there, it's like, oh, there's two arcs joined and then there's the arc. Just thought it was a bit weird.
Oh yeah.
Well,
There it
yeah,
is.
this was super fun. I want to give Laura a chance to pitch her book before she goes.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Yes.
well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's called Roots of Iniquity, and it's about cleansing your bloodline. And it's got all the prayers in there. It's on Amazon. If you don't know how to say the prayers, the book explains why you need to do them, and then it has all the prayers in the back for you to speak them in faith after you're done.
Excellent.
cool.
What was the name of the book again, please, Laura?
It's called Roots of Iniquity. That one's called Roots of Iniquity. I have a couple of other ones on there, but that's the main one that I have out right now.
Excellent. Which I guess will be in the show notes, will they?
Yeah, I'll put all three the Amazon links in there because I have them. Yep.
Unreal.
Thanks
All right.
so much, everybody. This has been a great jam. We're approaching 4 hours right now, and I'm tired. And
We are.
I'm
I'm actually
you.
not this time. So
Rob's ready to go, man. He's ready to
Yeah,
go
it's-
another 4 hours.
yeah, Robin Fido could go all night.
not normally
Oh,
though.
yeah. I'd be here with him. Can I just very quickly do a very quick plug for Jim Lee, climateviewer.com. If anybody is interested in geoengineering, he has just fortunately had the opportunity to join the Highwire Del Bigtree, which he's got a very large audience number. So that's a real breakthrough for people, for the truth to come out about. He basically he goes through a lot of dispels a lot of myths about some of the things that people think the lines are versus what they actually are, and so it's a very balanced view. It's very much worth a view. It's about an hour, I think. His section starts at 30 minutes ish. So if you don't want to watch the whole thing, start at 30 minutes. If you just want to see Jim's thing, or go to YouTube channel Climate Viewer. You can also see. I think he might have edited just down to his section. But if anybody wants to know about that stuff, or you want to share it with people who are just going, oh yeah, they're just contrails, they're harmless, whatever. It might be a good idea, because that is actually one thing that maybe we can do some things about, like lobbying, joining numbers, that sort of thing. I know Cy does that stuff work, but there has been a few breakthroughs here and there. Obviously, if one state bans it, you can't do much about drift over borders because clouds don't know what a border is, etc. But anyway, I just think it's worth watching and sharing. So shout out to Jim. Good one.
Cool. And go ahead and give your plugs and then pass it down around the circle.
Okay, well, I don't have a plug except a kitchen plug. So Rob.
Okay, this is Rob here at the Black Labs Podcast on Spotify and Telegram and Instagram. You can find me not too hard. It's spelled with a BLAQ, LABS podcasts. So, and on to Laura.
I already went. So I'll go on to you, Fido.
This is Fidophiliac. You can find my music on all major streaming platforms, and come pick a fight with me on Twitter.
Seems like a thing to do. Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Running around loose in this city, ripping the heart out of people and eating them, so you can take their souls back to hell.
Speaking of Fido's music, Fido and Stella made this along with the help of our friend Bear Snare. So, yeah. But you can find me at libertylinks.io/the Doom Kitchen and email me at thedoomkitchen@protonmail.com. And what the fuck, y'all? I'm so glad we had a good time.
We did. Thank you so much, Laura. It's been really, really fun talking with you, and it's an honor to meet you.
Thank you. Thank y'all for having me on. It was a blast. I had a great time.
Yeah. Thanks for everyone who was listening too, and in the comments. Love your guts.
Getting down with easy, what the fuck, oh yeah. What the
Motherfucker,